So don't even ask me.
Have you notified the police?
No. The police are also here. They are seeing the very things they were also seeing. So I don't need to notify them. The NDC tags are here. In fact, they've been here for days walking around. Some of them we know. So they should stop the pretense. And that's what is pretty annoying when they want to act sanctimonious. You have brought in tax. Admit it. Don't say that MPP has brought in tax and blah, blah, turn up the narrative. I've heard them, try to push down such a narrative. Their attacks are also here.
But have you two done that?
I am not aware of tax. I move with a team. I have a number of people who move with me all the time. So, it's, other executives who, also are working. You understand? So, I mean, if the people following me, you want to describe them as tax, then I don't know.
Not the case that the NDC executives also have say following them.
So then that is it. 1-1. We call it a babash.
Thank you
very much.
Okay, Salam Mustafa is the national youth organizer of the MPP. Let me also try and find out from him whether he's impressed with the security arrangements so far. Lily Muhammad and then Joshua, them including the minority leader, have visited here. The General Secretary of the party, Justin Frimpong Kodia, has also been here. So, Salam, like I was pointing out, how many polling stations have you visited so far? And what can you share with us as the arrangement? And are you okay with how things have panned out so far?
Quite a number with my regional chairman here. And so far, I can say without any fear of hesitation that the process is calm and peaceful and seamless as well. And we are praying and hoping that it continues, like this for the rest of the day. But like my chairman mentioned earlier, the overbearing presence of the security is causing a little bit of problems in terms of voter turnout. We are noticing that voter turnout is a bit low, and we are hoping that the police hierarchy, the police service can give assurance to the people that they are here to protect them and not intimidate them, so that the people can come out and exercise their franchise. We are here for the people, and at the end of the day, we must achieve the purpose for today. And it is by them coming out to vote massively that we will achieve the purpose. So far, so good. I don't think that there's anything negative to report so far.
Okay, what about the turnout? Your opponents say that the turnout this morning has not been encouraging. Do you also share a similar sentiment? Yes,
the turnout is a bit of a concern to us. It's not encouraging, and it is due to the various factors we can identify easily. The overbearing presence of the police, like I mentioned. Then also, I mean, we all know the violent nature of the ANC. So sometimes when some of these by-elections and people think that it will not be peaceful and all that, but I'm sending this assurance that, look, come out and vote. Nobody will do, anybody anything. It's going to be a very peaceful election. So I can assure the people of Akwatia, wherever, Topriman, New Wenchi, Bodia, wherever they are, Junase, they should come out and vote. And, they will be protected.
Okay. So how do you respond to the NDC when they say that you are playing the sentimental and emotional card, but then the election of Akwatia is about development and not sentiments and emotions?
I don't know what they call the sentimental card. You people...
And that your candidate, your MP died, and you are using that to campaign, and that your campaign no atones human order.
They are so insensitive that they don't even realize that a family have lost a relative, that someone has died, a life has been lost. It's a sensitive matter. His wife, his children, the people who believed in him, his constituents, it's an emotional matter. So don't belittle it.
But they say you are using it to campaign, and you shouldn't also do that.
It is not being used to campaign. But it is a matter that everybody knows how the late MP was treated, mistreated, haunted, and driven to his death.
But was he not taken through due legal process?
No. It was abuse of the process. Total abuse of the process.
But the case was being taken through a court of competent jurisdiction. And you will remember that in the Eastern Regional Capital, the case even went to the Supreme Court for adjudication, and then the Supreme Court says that it should come back to the region for the court to continue. So don't you think that it is not rather an abuse of process, but rather a true process of the legal system in the country?
No, it doesn't work like that. You don't win, you don't lose, an election, then want to take it through the back door. It doesn't work like that, through a certain circumvented, so-called legal process. No, it doesn't work like that. Look, at a point, Ernest Yakumi had to, be put in the back of a car and smuggled out of parliament, smuggled out of his own constituency like a criminal, because he's being chased by BS.
Hey, New Wele.
But you won this so many times before.
Every dress be New Wele with Printex.
It is an emotional matter. Nobody should be treated in such a manner, so disdainful. I don't think that if any of the NDC people were treated in that manner, they would be happy. For the issue of development, it is a moot point. The NPP in our 8 years, we didn't say that the voter region doesn't vote for us, so we will not develop voter region. Ample development went to voter region. So whether Akwatia votes for you or not, the preamble of the Ghanaian constitution says that development is a shared responsibility. We are all part, and parcel of the country. So the people of Akwatia deserve their share. And it must come, whether they vote for the NPP or which other party they vote for. Nobody has the right to deny them development. And by the grace of God, they will vote for Kwame Sumedu. He will become MP, and development will come to Akwatia.
All right, Salam Mustafa is the national youth organizer of the NPP, and he has also been here to supervise the elections at the Bus terminal, where we have 2 police stations. So this has been. So earlier, the IGP was here together with Sheikh Armiao Shuaib, the spokesperson of the National Chief Imam, who is also a member of the National Peace Council, to also monitor the process over here and to call on the electorate to ensure that they do not become victim of violence as we go through this process. So, quite a number of them are here. So additional police deployment has been made, and we anticipate that this is going to be the case until.
Right, so that's Abdul Hanan Adam. But let's cross over to Wenchi, where Ibrahim Al Hassan is standing by. Titus Glover, former Greater Accra Regional Minister, he's engaging him. Let's go for that now. So we'll bring you that quite later on, but let me come back to the studio. So, Council, you were making the point before we had to go to Salam Mustafa. It looks like the level of apathy in this particular election. I mean, I did not expect this apathy because I thought that there was a lot of interest, but it looks like that is not happening.
And that is bad for our democracy. In every election, you're expecting that the people who made the decision to choose a representative for them to represent their interests at Parliament, they should show a certain level of interest. But if you are going to see that high number, a place that you're expecting about 760 people to vote, and as at 10 a.m., after 10 a.m., only a little over 100 have voted, that should let you know that we are harming our democracy, because then we are controlling the narrative. The political artists are controlling the narrative, create certain perception. People decide, okay, it's better for me to look for the safety of myself. Why can't we guarantee that purely elections, going to vote, if you are not on the register, you don't vote in that particular polling station, you have no business there, except you are an accredited observer. So people can just go and vote peacefully. At least, if the election should not be from 7 to 5 p.m., let us by 2 p.m., 3 p.m., people would have voted. But when you create a perception, people feel that, okay, there may be tension in the morning, or there'll be high presence of political actors or police, so let me rather go in the afternoon. In the afternoon, the person comes there and they've created some form of pocket of chaos, and the person feels that I should mind my business, or rather think about my business. But it is not good for our democracy, because you need everybody to participate. When you see the true reflection of the results, where you have high voter turnout, then it can be a true reflection of the people of Akwatia that this is the one we want to represent us in Parliament. And I think that for us, a lot of education has to go on with how we conduct by-elections. By-election is not for showmanship and for people to come and show that we are in government, and so we can weaponize state institutions to intimidate political opponents and make sure that we are controlling it. It is not good for our democracy.
Right. Oscar, thank you. Michael, I'll come back to you, but let's go back to Akwatia and let's get the visual of that interview between my colleague Ibrahim Al-Hassan and Daniel Nikwate Titus Glover, who is a former Greater Accra Regional Minister.
And this is the background polling station, of course. So I can see people in queue, unlike where we just left, which didn't have anybody in queue. In fact, one polling station had just one individual going through the process to vote. Here we have a number. I could count, give or take 6 individuals in a queue. Let's find out from the presiding officer whether the case is different here as compared to the polling stations we've visited. And so, yes, still coming to you live from the Akwatia with the by-election. I'm guessing there's a presiding officer, right? You are live on GH1 TV. Introduce yourself and take us through the figures. How many people were expected to vote? How many have voted so far? And what are you looking forward to? Just introduce yourself.
My name is Amankwa, presiding officer at the backgrounds, New Wenchi. We are expecting 706 voters, and at this time,
How many people have voted so far?
right now, 136 people are voted.
Out of
776. 706 rather.
6. Just a little over 130 have voted.
Yes, please.
Is that encouraging from your experience?
Let's manage it like that.
What is a by-election?
By-election, let's manage it.
Is this a farming community, and will you say that because of the nature of the occupation of the resident, they might want to go to farm and come later?
Yeah, that one is possible. Maybe they will be here around 4 o'clock. Yes, once we are going to close at 5. So let's wait for them and see what will happen.
Let's talk about security arrangements. Are you satisfied? I've seen uniform police men here in their numbers. How is the security arrangement for you?
I think this is the first time the security arrangement for by-election is perfect. This is the first time. When you see they are wearing their uniforms, and then how they manage the grounds is very nice. So let's wait.
Have you had any incidents of people struggling to be verified by the biometric verification the device, or any incident?
No incident.
Thank you very much. And so that's the presiding officer. And like I said, he says over 700 people on the electoral roll. A little over 130 of them have voted so far. And mind you, from the polling station we visited, there were a little over 400, and 70 individuals had voted. Comparatively, on average, that's no different from what we just witnessed here, because if you look at over 700 and just 130 of them have voted, it's almost at the same rate. But of course, the concerns are legitimate, and the explanation is that it's a farming community. Maybe the residents have decided to go to farm and then return later in the evening to exercise their franchise. But of course, as far as New Gwenti Deba Grounds polling station is concerned, we're seeing individuals in the queue going through the process to vote. Yes, I've seen, of course, we'll go and speak to Tatos Glover, who is a former Greater Accra Regional Minister, a former Member of Parliament for Tema East, who is keenly monitoring development here for the New Patriotic Party, because obviously that's his party. He's also seeking to lead the party at the national level. Let's engage him briefly to spare us a few moments from his busy schedule of working for his party. Honorable, you're live on GH1 TV. How are things panning out so far?
So far, so good, except that the DVD machine is slow, and that is the only challenge. But so far, we've done 145. We are still in early days yet, so we'll see how it goes. You can see I'm busy.
Yes, I can see. So my last question to you will be, we've visited a number of polling stations. Out of 400 on the electoral roll, 70 have voted. In other instances, 72. That must be concerning to you, or too early?
It is. They need to come out. People need to come out, especially our supporters in the electoral areas must come out and vote. These party must stop. So I'm using your medium to appeal to them that they should all come out and come and cast their ballot. We need to retain the seat, honestly.
Thank you very much. And that's Titus Glover, who is encouraging and appealing to supporters, not just supporters, residents of Wenchi, which is the strongest of the holes of the NPP in this constituency, to come out and vote. You heard him. He says the apathy must stop. Back to you in the studio, Joshua.
Right, quite a worrying development with regards apathy. But then, Michael, you heard the presiding officer. He says that, well, it's a farming community, so there's a likelihood that people have gone to farms and then they would return later in the day to come cast their ballots. Does that give you any form of assurance at all?
No, not at all. I respect his opinion, but I feel that is a lame excuse. You know, if there's any enthusiasm in an election, we see it right from the morning. And so... well, let's be hopeful. Anything can happen in life, but that is far from my expectation. Even right from the beginning, some of us knew that, some of us were very concerned that the turnout was going to be low. And I think that politicians who are direct beneficiaries of our democracy are the ones killing that same democracy, because without the participation and interest of the citizens or the people, that democracy cannot grow. Like my brother said, that our democracy has come of age. Yes, maybe in terms of years, but in terms of growing, it is only growing horizontally. Vertically, no, because horizontally, I mean, we are adding more electoral areas, more members of parliament. But in terms of, you know, how enriched our democracy is, how our democracy is able to benefit us, that is a very big no. And, you know, I'm not also surprised about the low.
It's the Indomitable Hero Pack promo. The goal is to win a trip to Disneyland Paris. We all have 8 comic books, right? I have won a PS5 in the weekly draw by entering the code through the USSD. I won a TV last week and that is so happy. I just entered my 8th code to indomigana.com. I cannot wait to win my bicycle. I really hope I'll win my tablet. Now, what we all need is the final comic book to enter the grand lucky draw to go to Disneyland Paris. The hunt starts now. Allez! Buy Indomie Hero Packs. Collect all 9 comic books to enter the grand draw and win amazing prizes, including a trip to Disneyland Paris in the Indomitable Hero Pack promo.
The interest of the community members, so why would they come out and vote? So for me, I think that it's a sad occurrence for our democracy, and right after this elections, we need to take certain drastic measures. As I was saying, I place the blame on 3 people. First of all is the politician, because as I told you, the laws, the electoral laws governing our country really prohibit certain activities that we are allowing to happen. For example, at the polling stations, there are only 4 categories of people that are allowed to be there. Even loitering is not allowed at the polling stations. If you are not a voter at the center, if you are not an EC official, if you are not an observer, an accredited observer or a security person, you are not needed there.
Yeah.
There's a reason why we say that after campaign, 24 hours before elections, everybody should dismantle. But here's the case. We saw a video of an assault situation, like one party chairman.
We would actually bring that.
Yes,
so the
point I'm right. So you can see that the disturbances, the issues, the problems are caused by people who have virtually little to do with the election that is happening right at this moment.
You know what? Let's put a pin in that and let's go and watch Sofo Azoka, who is first national vice chairman of the NDC, because he seems to be at the center of conversations surrounding the comments he made first about Apenyo Makin and then his confrontation. Let's watch that.
Omisi Apenyo Makin abaha. Mi dona kabe tunwa ye be ye by election kurum. Wallahi. Yet ye friend saying your police station mo kache so ha. Akabe tunwa mi dona Apenyo Makin be by election kurum. We are ready for that. If you are not respecting the police, wallah will do by election is constituency. Why are lucky no omunia? Some by party office, a higher party office. They are not right to come here. 17 days no ya Ghana. 17 days no ya no who ya. Where? I am so sad. I am so sad. So me who say Azoka no oba Akwatia. Me Alaji Masaud me see me batamale. Na Azoka to me ba Akwatia. Me who say so munkachira Azoka say munkachira Azoka yiri shelanyer ma mpon na anyaba ma mpon na yiri anyaba ma. Can you put on the list? Your mother. I say your mother. I say your mother. Look,
Counsel, now you are the legal brain here, from what you just saw.
Yes.
What's your conclusion?
Yeah, I think, Joshua, it is clear. You see, the law is no respecter of persons. Mm-hmm. A person is granting interview to the media. It mentions your name. If I mention your name, even if you are my political opponent, and I mention your name, Joshua, that I heard you are coming here, I would have met you in Tamale. It's not a provocative statement. Even if it is that the right way to address such a matter as a political opponent? You raise your hand at the person, you are the aggressor, insult the person's madam, unpalatable words, provoke the person, use your hand and make bodily contact with the person. That is battery. Yes, that's criminal assault. You have assaulted a person, you go ahead to commit battery on the person. I mean, this one, we can't just sweep it under. These are high-level political actors, national executives or political parties that the youth are looking up to. So if at this level, a national first vice chairman of the National Democratic Congress who put such a behavior, very uncouth behavior, aggressive behavior, then what would the ordinary foot soldiers learn from it? If our national first vice chairman is doing that, then all of us can also take people on at our level. It is highly disappointing, and it must be condemned. You see, and that is where I want to see the media. Some of these things should not be 9-day wonder, and then we just talk about it, and then it goes. These are things that he needs to be invited. I'm very sure that...
but the police was at the scene.
Yeah, but the police, definitely, the police can be at the scene, but I feel that somebody should be able to make a complaint against him. Because definitely, if something has happened, you, the complainant, somebody should be able to take the step to make a complaint to the police, and the police should take it, or it should not be... The law should not protect political actors. Nobody is above the law, and this is very unfortunate. So imagine there was another retaliatory. That's what we are going to see, because he may also have boys there, or we have people who may want to protect his interests, and this is very unfortunate coming from the National Democratic Congress. I mean, you have majority in Parliament, so your posture as majority in Parliament should be one that should show high responsibility in how you conduct your affairs. You don't go there and intimidate your political opponent, because power is transient. Today you have majority in Parliament. The next election, it could be the opposite. So you must respect your political opponent. And this is one of the things you should drum into politicians. Respect your political opponent. Don't intimidate people. Don't weaponize the institutions of the state against your opponent. Because time and time changes. Things will change. And you will be at the receiving end. This is highly disappointing, and it must be condemned. I condemn it in no uncertainty.
Right. So Masaudu, we are told, also reacted after that confrontation. Let's listen to him, then I'll come and pick your thoughts, Michael, on what is ensuing.
Of their party. I am also the national vice chairman of our party. I never mentioned his name by an insult. That I'm here and he just come to attack me just for nothing. This shows how NGC believe in violence. We do not believe in violence. We believe in peace, because everybody is here for peace. Everybody is here for peace. I never attack anybody in my speech. I never attack anybody physically or even spiritually. I'm a Muslim. But if you attack me, if you just come and attack me just simply because I'm granting an interview, I didn't see the sense on it. But I am telling the whole world what Azoka did for me today. Azoka, I'm a Dogomba man. I am a Dogomba man. You are staying in Tamale, and you come and attack me. What about if my people from Tamale to attack you? How would it end up? I'm a chief. I'm a chief in Kumbungu village, and you come and attack me. If my people are going to retaliate, all the peace officers are here when Azoka attack me. And I'm sending a question to Azoka. I am not afraid of Azoka. What Azoka is doing is putting himself to a shame. We know this today. Northerners, we have to show maturity. We have to show maturity. But why is it that when something happens like this, it's only we the Northerners that are attacking each other? I never attack you. I never attack Azoka. Why are you attacking me?
So that's Masaudu responding to what we saw, the altercation with Sofa Azoka. Now, Michael, you seem very incensed about this.
Terribly. You see, all week we've been talking about this. For me, I am calling on Ghanaians. I am calling on the citizens. They should take their country back away from the politicians, because they are destroying this country. You see, what we just watched, okay, it was just a clear case of assault. He assaulted the man both verbally and physically, right in the presence of the police.
Because we saw some police officers trying to break away.
Right in the presence of the police. Now, in this case, you don't need somebody to come and make a report before the police acts. Someone is assaulting another person, and the police right in front of the police. So by the end of the day, if I don't hear that the party chairman has been arrested or accosted, it means that our institutions are just figureheads. They're just there for nothing. Because this is something that they, right in the view of the whole nation, a party official, a high-ranking party official, assaulting another. Look, just imagine if this was an ordinary citizen, the person wouldn't go scot-free. And these are some of the things that we have to speak against in this country, because it is far becoming too much. Because the problem in the first place, look, why did we send 5,000 people to Akwatia? Is it that the people of Akwatia cannot conduct themselves in this election? It was not about them. We sent 5,000 people there because of the politicians and their hoodlums, or how do they call it? Their gang members or team members or vigilantes or whatever they want to call them. We sent the politicians there because of people who even have little to do on this voting day. They don't vote. They really have nothing to do today, because our law says that 24 hours before elections, dismantle. So what I'm just trying to say is that we have to start waking up as citizens to demand some form of accountability from politicians. If not, as I was saying, our democracy is going to go in cycles. We make and unmake, we make and unmake, and we're going to go in those cycles until time comes. Because these things shouldn't be. Look, the Global Peace Index came about, was it a week ago? Right? And Ghana fell in the ranks. This news is not welcome news. Why? Because if I am an investor, I said it elsewhere, if I am an investor in the US or somewhere, and I want to come and invest in Africa, and I'm looking for countries in Africa that will be conducive for me to come and invest, and I get report that a country called Ghana, which I was initially considering, is reducing in 23 points and on 3 pillars. One of the pillars is safety and security. And some of these issues will undermine Ghana's efforts to be able to maintain its peace. So I feel that the politicians are gradually becoming the problem that we have in this country, and it is not good for us. Meanwhile, there are those who enjoy the best perks when it comes to, there are those who enjoy the benefits that the country has to offer, but yet there are those who are actually derailing this country.
So you see this as a test case for the police?
This, look, so the whole 5,500 men they send there, that whole effort would be meaningless and useless if they are not able to take action on this matter.
Quite interesting, because we've seen quite a number of reactions as well to this. Some say, well, they've picked intel that the NDC has brought facts. NDC says they've also picked intel that the NPP has brought facts. So nobody seems to, be trusting the other. And that is also breeding some of these things.
You see, the EC has its own blame. I tell you, I was blaming 3 people.
Yes, the politicians, the police,
and the EC. Because the LI, I think I can pull this up. The laws are clearly there to govern how these elections should be conducted. What is the clear instruction of the EC to the police? This area, if you don't have accreditation, you don't even come near here. They can go and do their skirmishes in the bush. But the EC is failing to put its foot down because the politician has become uncontrollable. Look, this issue that has happened, I am still issuing this warning again. I know that the IGP and his team of policemen, they are all on the ground. Some are listening. Ghanaians will be so much disappointed if after Akwatia, after Ablekuma, if after Ayawaso, and today we've seen the same thing again, very clearly, that politicians are abusing our laws and the police is looking on helplessly. That is very unfortunate.
So for those who say that perhaps you're seeing these incidents again in Akwatia, partly because of the punishment that was meted out to those who were found culpable in the Ablekuma North violence, would you say they have a point?
That's why I think I said it, I don't know whether it was on this platform, that judgment, though the judge gave that judgment and the judgment was within the law, the judge didn't consider national interest. Because normal assault, if it was a regular assault, maybe somebody assaults the other and you charge 6,000, that's okay, it's an individual affair. But something that was disrupting a national activity, and then you give the person minimum punishment, I suspect that judge.
You suspect that judge?
Yes.
How?
Because what I'm saying is that he didn't consider national interest, because it was clear case that what they were doing was going beyond just harming an individual. They were harming a whole national activity. And then you met out such a judgment. Now, it has become... So someone was saying that if that is the case, when I have 5 guys and we go to disrupt any activity, all I need is 5 times 6,000. That's how much?
30,000.
So with 30,000, you can go and cause your mayhem and go away. That is just too appalling.
So Joshua, just on that bit, just for Michael, you see, just like you make reference to Ablekuma North, the 8 persons were convicted and they were given some fines. Yes. I mean, clearly, you see, as a lecturer of the law, one of the aim for criminal law or punishment is to serve as deterrent.
Yes.
Because you have in mind the offender and also to send a clear message to society or other persons that, look, this particular crime, if you commit it, this is the stiffer punishment that you are going to receive to deter people. So if you have political actors who go to a by-election or a rerun of Ablekuma North, and then they go and assault a woman, who was not armed. She didn't say anything. People kick her in the abdomen. People step on her. And then you want to serve a clear message of deterrence that, look, this particular thing, we cannot accept it in our body politics. And you go and say you are going to give a fine of 6,000 Ghana cedis. That is not deterrent enough. And these are some of the things that sometimes you look at the sentencing or the fines that are imposed on political actors who disrupt elections, vigilantes, and then you say 6,000. Somebody is just going to pay that money for them. That is, it's not deterrent enough. At least give them some custodial sentence.
Right.
Because you want to cure that cancer of political vigilantism. We cannot go ahead. People have lost their lives because of elections. So many incidents. People have lost their lives. People have been maimed. People are incapacitated just because of elections. Should election cost the nation these things, people losing their life, just because we are going to choose who becomes our member of parliament? And I think that even though I may respect that particular judge, but I think that fine or that particular punishment is nothing to write home about. It does not serve the clear message. And then we should be minded. Don't protect political actors, because today it may be a politician, a former MP of the New Patriotic Party. The next time it may not be the politician, it will be you, the judge. So if you are sending a clear message, send it clear, because political vigilance does not know name. The next time it may be a relative of you, the judge. And so when we get positions and positions of authority as a judge, matters come, we should deal with the matters on matters of principle and make sure that we are helping the state to send a clear message, and that will help us.
Are you surprised we are seeing what we're seeing now in terms of the altercations?
I'm very surprised, because obviously I said Akwatia constituency is in a mourning state, a solemn state. They are mourning their validly elected member of parliament who unfortunately lost their life. I mean, October this year, next month, he was going to be called to the bar. Yeah. I mean, as a lawyer, it is not easy to go through the rigors of legal education, go through, do your post LLB degree, post first degree LLB, go to the Ghana School of Law. The entrance exams alone is not easy. Part 1 to write 6 courses and all that. This guy has done very well, gone through, represented the people of Akwatia, and unfortunately, he has lost his life. We are just going to get somebody to represent the people. As to whoever becomes the next MP for Akwatia, whether NDC or MPP, it is for the people's interest. And so if you are just going to choose who becomes the next member of parliament, and then we are creating this situation, and just like he's saying, people observers, the global world is looking at Ghana. One parliamentary seat by election, we cannot have a hold on it to make sure that things go very well. Then it means that we have issues with our security, we have issues with our intelligence, we have issues with our behavior as political actors, both NDC and MPP. But you can see clearly there's no MPP member or national executive who has gone to cause trouble. Your earlier news we stated that people have gone to take off posters posters. Who in his right sense? That's allegation. I don't believe that the honorable leader of the minority caucus, the honorable Afenyomakin, will go to an NDC party office with his people to go and take off posters. Is the posters going to vote for us? It's the work you have done before. And so when the allegations, people come and speak, which has not been substantiated, that they're going to take posters, and you come and make a statement that, wallahi, if I should have met Afenyomakin here, there will be a by-election. We are going to make sure that, what are you saying? What is the implication? What is the intent behind the statement?
So it should be taken on for that comment as
well?
That
is why I'm saying that, look, right. And that's when I'm looking forward to the civil society and political actors, to media to criticize that, and then to follow up. It's not like a 91, we talk today, Tuesday, the election is gone, no, nothing happens. We should follow that, because those statements are very volatile. To say that there will be by-election. What are you saying? So what are you going to kill him?
The MP will not be MP again.
Are you going to kill him, or are you going to set him up, or what is it?
Okay. Well, we'll come back to that conversation, but let's get on the phone lines now. Speak to Richard Kumado, he's a security consultant, on what we are witnessing currently with regards the Akwatia by-elections. Richard, thank you so much for your time. So 5,000 police officers deployed. Some say this is intimidating and not allowing people to come out in their numbers to vote, hence the low voter turnout, among others. You're a security consultant. What do you make of that?
even in the national election 2024, 52,000 people registered, just about 36,000 people voted. And usually our by-elections do not record a high turnout, so that could be one of them. I understand people saying there are too many police officers on the ground, but from what we have seen and what we have heard, yes, people have the right to say that, but please, let's allow the IGP to do his work. At the end of the day, let him do what police officers are supposed to do. And we pray that all other persons who perform their respective roles properly, that will have a peaceful election. When it comes to successful election and the failure of security or safety, it goes way beyond what police officers will do. Three things that is a predominant factor for police officers. One is to create a safer voting environment. Number two is to ensure that voters enjoy high-level safety. Number three is to provide security assurances for election officers to collate and declare results predominantly. These are the three things the police are always concerned with. The rest have to come from electoral commission and the political parties who perform political party duties in terms of police stations. Then with the voters as well, the media has a key role. So it goes way beyond the police. But we can say that so far so good. And we are happy. It's 11 o'clock now. We are happy we haven't recorded a major issue at Akwatia.
Right. So talking about issues that have been recorded, we've heard of that verbal altercation between the NDC's first national vice chairman and the NPP's vice chairman as well, and where it moved beyond verbal altercation. We saw him shove the NPP national chairman, hurling insults as well. Some say this is a matter that the police should be interested in ASAP.
You saw the police there. You saw the police telling Uncle Azoka to calm down. I think they needed breakfast. Once they take them, please, and give them breakfast, they'll be fine. Azoka and Buga, they are family. These are elderly people. They know themselves. I don't think this is an escalation that the usual NDC NPP contestation. These are we can look over it and we can wear. To the extent that it doesn't degenerate into chaos, that is fine. But I can tell you that looking at the police presence and the way they came onto them, if there's a tendency of degenerating into a war zone, they would have separated them and put them far away from one another. But I don't think they have any intention of icing or fixing the problem for themselves.
Well, Richard, you say that, I mean, this is not something that is up there in terms of threat security-wise, but some say that if this is coming from a national executive, it will rather embolden the grassroots members to want to do more. You don't see that happening?
No. Yeah, you know, who doesn't know Uncle Azoka in the Ghana politics? And who doesn't know Uncle? Azoka is our grandfather. Buga is our uncle. Who doesn't know them in Ghana politics? I think these are people who know themselves, a father and a son, or a nephew and an uncle. They just want to have fun, and they decide to go it that way. I don't think this is something that we should dwell on for so long. I don't think so. I seriously disagree. But in any case, you saw the police officers around them.
Yes, we did.
You saw the policewomen. If it becomes something serious, they would have separated them, take one to the east and take one to the west. Let's pray that because we don't know the intents and minds of people, let's pray that doesn't generate into any chaotic situation. But for what I have seen so far, and the total number of police officers around them, I don't see it to be anything too serious. But let's keep an eye on it because anything can happen on any day.
Well, so those who are worried are also of the view that this same Sofa Zoka, the grandfather in Ghanaian politics and the one we know, made some threats, some comments that people have described as threats against Apenyo Makin, that if he had come to meet Apenyo Makin at that particular instant, there would be a by-election in Efutu. You also don't think that is serious enough?
The media is interested in that. The media wants to stretch it. I overheard a background conversation before you put me on. But then, let me not go on that stretch again. I beg you, in the name of God. Let me keep quiet and let the elections be over. But I can tell you, Big bro, if you know Azoka 10 years ago, Azoka 50 years ago, are you going to say it is the same Azoka today you are seeing? I think this Azoka is our grandfather who is tired. So with the question I was asking is that, what is he at all about elections between NDC and FPP that grandfather Azoka will leave Tamale and come to Akwatia? When should be relaxing there and be waiting for results? And Uncle Buga and Bafi and all that, you know, those guys who say things, they look a little serious, but they are joking about it. But then again, because of the nature of our elections and security breaches, let's pray and hope that British affairs are now on them. And the police do not live in this consent. So that if by their actions, no matter what it is, whether they mean it or they are joking, will not inspire other people to face problem and take the law into their own hands. Absolutely.
Richard Kumara, thank you so much, security consultant, for speaking with us. Let me come back to you, Michael. Richard says, well, it's not a big deal. If you know Azoka, these are things you would associate with him. But if indeed it would have the potential to blow up, he's confident in the police to handle it.
I mean, for once, I thought I was listening to a party foot soldier than a security expert. Because what he ended up doing was to share his personal experience with those people instead of his subject matter expertise on this particular thing in question. Because I'm very disappointed. Because he's a security expert. He's been talking about let us pray. This is not about prayer. An incident has gone on. What are the possible implications? Regardless of your experience with those people, whether they are jokers or they are... That is not what the nation is interested in, because we don't know them. But what they did, that whole incident of threat, you know, trying to assault someone, trying to hit someone, what does it even mean? Is it the grounds where you go to do that on an election day at a polling station? Is that where you go to do that? What message are you trying to carry across with that? That is a very reckless behavior. And I'm surprised that the security consultant didn't first condemn that and was trying to normalize it.
Counsel?
Yeah, I mean, just like Michael, I said, I just agree. US, I mean, the statement of the security consultant, there's something that is happening. And you say we know Azoka 10 years ago, 15 years. You will never know the intent of a man until the person carry out those intents. And so we are looking, those of us watching, the optics, what we are seeing with the media showcasing to us is a man who was aggressive, moving towards a political opponent, hurling insult at him, making body contact to him, issuing threats to a member of parliament, the Honorable Afenyomaki. And you are saying that, we should just treat it, there's nothing guys going to happen because of the presence of police. We have had electoral violence where the police are there. Sometimes the police will be minding their business because sometimes they even need protection to protect their life. When political attacks are involved, people carry things. So you first have to condemn it. And so I was disappointed that first, as a security consultant, you must condemn that sad statement, even though it is a joke. It's not needed at this time. Those jokes can be when we're having breakfast, but that's not breakfast. People have interest in that particular election. If there's no interest, you don't see the political attacks going down there. They would have sat in their head office and then tell their constituents to run the elections, and then the results will come. Because what are they going to do? They don't have any role except the accredited observers. So to say that, okay, we should pray nothing happens and then it does not escalate. No, I would rather not sit down for it to escalate. I should take measures in waiting that should it go to the point of escalating, I'll deal with that. We should be more proactive than reactive. We should wait and see something happen before. No. Yes, the issues about the police presence is good for the police to be there. But I'm thinking that at the polling station where people are coming to cast their vote, if you see the heavy presence of police in their armor and their protectives, sometimes it will discourage a lot of people from moving there. I'm saying that keep a little number of the police at the police center, position the rest at the strategic.
Because he believes that this presence rather encourages peace and makes people feel safe.
There can be presence, but not at the polling station.
Right.
I mean, let's get some. If you are deploying about 50 policemen or 30 or 40 at the polling station, get about at least maximum of 10 there. And the others will be strategic location within the communities to be able to pick intelligence. If they are all there and something is happening elsewhere, I mean, that's it. So for me, the strategy, the police may have their own modus of operation. But I'm thinking that to put over 30 or 40 policemen at the police station, normally if I'm going to a police station to vote and I see heavy police presence, I'll ask somebody that, has anything happened? Like, what did anything happen here? Because that's the perception. The police is there as though election, make sure that the police presence is not intimidating. because we want voters to come and participate. It's a democracy. We want every vote is important. One vote can change the tide. So don't keep them all at the police station. Deploy some of them within the community to pick intelligence. I mean, that's the right thing, I think. And of course, that action by Azoka and the threats need to be condemned. And we need to condemn it.
Right. So, Michael, in this instance, I mean, in recent history with regards to our by-elections, as in South, we realized that when the politicians realized that the people were not coming out, now they started going to homes, trying to do whatever it takes to get the people to come out to vote. Do you anticipate that happening in this?
You see, I think that for once we thought we were selecting the best among us, the most intelligent and the most respectable, the most noble to lead us. But I'm seeing that the politicians are gradually showing that they are probably the least intelligent among us. The reason why I'm saying that is there's a lot of evidence to prove that confidence in our politicians is waning, and even the respect. If you go to advanced democracies, Western countries, politicians are supposed to be noble people, such that even if you are a politician and you involve yourself in an illicit affair, which even has nothing to do with your role delivery, sometimes people even resign just because their character has been dented. But what do we see in our country here? The politicians is known for like very negative connotations. And I thought maybe they were going to get to a time where they will begin to sit and rethink and begin to put their house in order so that their profession as politicians will become a very respected one. But they are not learning. And what do we see? Constantly we are beginning to see that even politicians are beginning to partner with hooligans, such that hooliganism becomes one of the trademarks of politicians. For example, right now, we even see that people are rewarded, politicians reward people who are able to, use vulgar language and, speak all manner of ways in an aggressive manner just to be able to state their case, instead of the past when we knew politics to be an aristocratic job. So I am just saying that these little bits of incidents that has happened in Akwatia today is a very big test on our democracy. And how the institutions take it and respond to it and act will tell us whether we're going forward or we're coming backwards.
Council, do you believe there's a verdict on the performance of politicians over the years?
Okay, I think we cannot dwell on just Akwatia elections to be a verdict, but it's a verdict on how far we have come as a democracy and the conduct of elections that over the years. Akwatia has a history already, and so even though I condemn the various incidents that has happened now, I am very optimistic that we should be able to have the rest of the period incident-free, with the assurance that the police presence there will curtail any other violence or anything. So I will not use Akwatia as a test of how far we have come in terms of election, but clearly, it's a by-election, and this particular by-election, our concern is the low voter turnout, and that should be a concern for us. And I think if these institutions are there, the National Commission for Civic Education need to do a lot of education about people to know their civic responsibility, that you need to participate in these processes.
I am not too sure if I'm aware of the work they even did in Akwatia prior to this.
If you are not doing that, and probably just someone is giving an excuse, or maybe probably they are farmers, and so they are going to, obviously if I'm a farmer, I would rather come and vote at 7 and 8, and then when I go to my farm, I know I'm returning probably late afternoon. But if the people are not going there, it shows clearly that there's apathy. And that party is both political divide, both the NDC and the NPP. I'm sure when you look at some of the polling stations that has been visited, Wenchi and some other areas which are NDC zones, still it's the same over there. And so there needs to be a lot of education that people need to participate. Sometimes, if you fail to participate in political activities and processes to elect leaders, you end up being led by people who probably do not have your interests at heart. So we should rather get people encouraged to get into politics and do politics right with the best interest of the people, not for their personal gains. And
but like Michael said, isn't it then the verdict issue comes to play, because people feel over the years we've participated in these processes, we've voted for politicians only for them to come and enrich themselves to the detriment of the development of the area, among others. And so, you know what, now we are done.
I mean, that verdict cannot be true, because what is the role of a member of parliament? Is a member of parliament...
Law formulation?
Yes, yes. Is a member of parliament supposed to champion developmental... The problem we have had with this country, and we must face the truth, is that, look, once NDC is in government, their priority is constituencies where they have sitting MPs. They do not look at constituencies where they have opposition MPs, and that's the problem. If you are sharing the national cake, whether you're a government in power, you should prioritize that everybody living in those constituencies, even voted for you, even if you didn't win that seat.
And is it just a problem with the NDC?
I mean, that's a problem with the, not only NDC. It's a problem with both political divide. And I'm saying that currently we are not in government. It is the NDC that's in government. And so if you say you are doing a reset agenda, the reset agenda must take into cognizance that you are going to make sure that even parliamentary constituencies where you do not have sitting MPs in your political parties, take the development there. That is not it. I heard that, okay, prior to the by-election, a lot of commission was happening in Akwatia. DVLA was going to open it. I mean, all this while why haven't they done the commission elections?
Same thing we saw in Asinsa.
And that is the problem. Why must we wait for by-elections or elections for us to take development to the people? The people deserve better. And so we are looking at the NDC government, how they change the narrative concerning these happenings. Make sure, because the Akwatia will be turning blue. The MPP will take the seat for Akwatia today. Does it mean that the NDC will not take development there? Don't you have people there who are Ghanaians? Is it by political color? And that is the narrative. If not, then the interest will always be, let's go and then control the place. It's not about control, it's about development. So should MPP win, NDC should bring development. Should NDC win, they should take development to other constituencies where they don't have sitting MPs. And that should be the narrative.
Well, let me come to you, Michael.
I want to respond to something that he said,
right.
About the fact that the voters need to be educated about their rights so that they will turn up.
Yeah, the NCC...
Council, I think this matter, it's a very good advice that you've thrown out there, but don't underestimate the intelligence of the voters out there that maybe they don't know that an election is going on. Listen, absenting yourself from the voting is also another form of participation. Do you get what I mean? It's not that compulsory when they are voting, and for some reasons you feel that both sides, like you don't expressing your like sitting at home. It's also one form of expressing yourself during that electoral process, and it doesn't. We shouldn't take the lack of like people not going out to vote as the fact that they have not participated in. It is sending us a message. You get what I'm trying to say? So let's not assume that people didn't hear about the or the fact that they have not prioritized the elections, such that we see, like in previous situations where we see people queuing up in the mornings to go and vote. It means that they just didn't know, or maybe there's nothing wrong. No, it is sending a very clear message that year in, year out, people are beginning to lose interest in the process because they are beginning to see that it is not about them, rather about the interest of others. So what we saw there is not an issue of, voter apathy is a message. And the people of Akwatia, those who have not gone out to vote, they have reasons why they've not gone out to vote. The security might be one aspect of it. Another aspect of it is to see that whether we go and vote or not, how much does that change our fortunes? So I am calling on politicians that if you want to save your profession, it's high time you begin to call out the bad nuts and begin to put your house in order and behave properly so that Ghanaians will give you the respect that you deserve. And then we can all move the nation forward.
Well, I'm here with Michael Mensah. He is the Executive Director of the Center for Public Awareness. And we've also been speaking to a member of the NPP's communications team, Mensah, helping us appreciate the legal issues as well. But on your screens now, we're seeing the Inspector General of Police, Christian Teteyohuno, making appearances in areas. In fact, he has decided that with this particular by-election, he needs to be on the grounds, and Ibrahim Al-Hassan also engaging him now. so that we can get to that particular interview with the IGP?
Voting is also ongoing well, and everybody is happy. So we give assurance that those who are yet to vote, they should come out, because we have come because of them, to give them security.
What will you say to those who say your men are intimidating them, not by any action, by their sheer presence, the heaviness of the presence of your men? What will be your assurance to them?
The assurance is that the men are here to protect them. Everybody needs police. If you come to this town, there's no police, you see everybody will be crying. You, the media, will say, hey, you better cry police in here. And I yes, I'm back. So say that we have brought the police. So those who want to vote, they should come out and vote. There's no fear. Have you been frightened? No. So that is it.
Finally, you engage the immediate past Interior Minister, Henry Kote. I spoke to him yesterday as well. He had a concern that the presence of your men here was minimal compared to Akwatia Township. Is that the conversation he was having with you? But today the story is different.
Yes, the men are here. He has come out to see that, yes, it is okay. And then I think we have people on standby. When it comes to counting, we'll beef up security everywhere, okay? So he's satisfied. The commanders are here. We have brought regional and POMA members who are the people monitoring the event. So why should be fear? There's no fear. There's no problem, okay?
Finally, I want you to clear this. Your men are here, women are here as well. What happens to security outside Akwatia? Do you still have your eyes on everybody else, every citizen, aside those in Akwatia?
We have 48,000, and we have brought only 5,000. So where is the fear? Thank you very
much. That's the IGP assuring that regardless of the men and women here, you are safe regardless of where you find yourself here in Akwatia as well. He's been going around monitoring his men and women that have been deployed here. Initially, the queue we brought to you was quite short. And true to what we're told, that this particular community, they vote very late. The queue is picking up. Of course, over 700 voters on the roll. As at the time we went closer, close to 150 of them have voted. I'm sure the numbers will go up by now. And so, Joshua, back to you in the studio.
Ibrahim Al-Hassan there in that engagement with the Inspector General of Police. He says that, well, his men are not intimidating people with their presence there. That is rather for the safety of the persons who are to vote in and around Akwatia. And he also mentions that regardless of the fact that they've brought 5,000 of their men to Akwatia, out of the 48,000, there are 43,000 police officers. So for those of you who think that all the police officers are in Akwatia, so it's a field day for crime, be warned, maybe Black Maria might not be in Accra, but you will end up where you should not end up. So, gentlemen, let me pick your thoughts briefly on what the IGP said. Let me start with you, Michael.
We thank the IGP for the assurance, but you see, it's even shameful that we should be, first of all, even sending 5,500 policemen to a voter population of 53,000. That means 1 police to 10 people. What at all is the problem? Because listen, these police people went to Akwatia about a week ago, or let's say 4 or 5 days ago. They are going to feed them, all the logistics, just the cost of just that election is going to be ballooned. And for me, I don't know what is the IGP himself doing there. What is so troubling? What is so serious in Akwatia such that all the things that he has to do in Accra, he himself has to be in Akwatia? Because when you do that, you are sending a message that all is not well. So for me, we thank him for his assurances, but we just want to alert the police that sometimes some of these, should I say, they call it aesthetics, right, does not help the situation.
Okay. Council?
I mean, we will take the IGP for his words. I mean, that's all I can say. We have expressed our views that to keep this high number of police presence at the polling area or the polling station is quite intimidating, and rather it will not encourage the voters to come out in their numbers to go and vote. I have said that as a strategy for the police, get some few police personnel stationed at the polling station. Why all of them in these gears and protectives as though something was good? Like, that is a perception, because perception is a very strong tool. When people have the perceive that something is going to happen, they don't want to even hear that. Okay, you don't want to be. So I think he may explain that there's nothing happening, but we are saying that as perception, and that is what is tripping down to the voter turnout. You can relate it to that, that it is intimidating. If you are conducting a simple election to get a member of parliament for a by-election, and then you are getting over 5,000 police deployed to such a small voter population, it is intimidating. So we are advising the police, yes, they can change the modus operandi. Let some of your men move away from the polling station to be stationed strategically elsewhere to monitor the behavior of people in and around the various polling stations, rather than keeping them at the polling. Because when I come and I want to vote and I see heavy police presence, I'll just like, look, let me just go back.
Some people naturally they fear police.
Exactly. That's it. Because when they see the police, they think there's going to be a form of arrest, or maybe they perceive that they have done something. Or those ones. And we heard it. This was clear. The Deputy General Secretary of the NDC said it. That look, some people in the New Patriotic Party, they are looking for them, and so when they come to Akwatia, they arrest them. You rather create that impression that something is going to happen, and that is not good.
Well, this is still our continuous coverage of the by-election in Akwatia. We promised you that this is where you get all the info, and of course, so far we're delivering on that Monday. It's keeping you up to speed with exactly what is happening on the grounds, bringing you some analysis as well. And now, for those of you who have been so loud on social media, it is time for us to also bring your thoughts to the fore. Nana Ama Akwa is joining me with all the issues that you have been addressing on social media, so we can also get to hear your voice. Nana, so how is social media shaping up?
Well, Joshua, people have a lot to say and the comments are still trickling in. But for now, here is what we have. Efwa says today Akwatia will be green. Mubesuache Eyezu. Then we also have Agno Green. He says, say heat. Team NDCGH, let's go. We also have Dramani. It's unfortunate that Chief Azoka and his boys didn't meet Afenyo Markin in the NDC party's office. Like, he will explain what he was looking for there. We also have Akwesi. We will do a by-election in Afenyo Markin's hometown. Chief Sofo Azoka, NDC vice chairman. So how does this man become the first vice chairman of the NDC? Saying he must be arrested. Okay, same person there. We know the evil tactics of the NDC. It won't work. MPP must be very vigilant. Jonas Goodluck says it was a joke, but Azoka's bodyguard took it. World Cup. We also have Kaka. Sometimes we talk like we own the world. Just malaria or a headache will keep you quiet. We have Bernardo, a country called Ghana. Then we have Nana Obriyeboa. Grey hair doesn't always equate to wisdom. George adds, note, not all elderly men are wise. A clear case of this. Wilbur says a press conference loading. NPP eventually will blame this man for their defeat. We have Papa Kwesi who says, God, please burn Ghana for us. Why? We have Ebenezer asking, how can you go to someone's party office to remove his posters? Well, this is what we have for now. My name is Nanama Akwa. Continue to send us your messages on Instagram, on Facebook, and on X. And obviously, we will keep you updated as and when time permits. Back over to you, Joshua.
Thank you, Nanama Akwa, for helping us appreciate the loud voices on social media. So yes, our major focus today has to do with the by-election in Akwatia, and we heard from the IGP who says that by the time we start counting, the police service will beef up security in every part of Akwatia. So for those who have any nefarious plans about having to steal ballot boxes or destroy ballot papers, again, Black Maria is in town, and your case will be dealt with expeditiously. But let's talk about briefly, let's take a detour and talk CJ. Yesterday, we saw that communication that she has been removed based on the recommendations of the 5-member Puaman committee that stated that she was in some issues caught up in the Daniel Ofori petition. But before we get back there, let's go to Akwatia and listen to Masawudu.
No, Unkrofon di machino. One say, yes, say sign a peace accord, no peace agreement, no. Yeah, call and this form ba. Me, on be attacking me, no. And this form by, and this your constitution for your constitution. They say the leadership of the party. When they say leadership of the party, we mean the national leadership. Yes. I don't know who offer IGP say IGP for Umbra and Bayamiti. Now IGP for commissioners. Now we are IGP, we are commissioner. Now Kofana junior police bar say winning and Kasa Ubepini. Umpini. That is the case. So, you know, Yaya Juni said, no, young fat boys beyond DH. Yaba, you know, Yatina Dean, boys Nina, Biani, Minchai. But Omo say, eh? No, Munati. Says, I'm we'll have me to grab who saw more. Says, I miss you, Samino, me for boys in Namno. And a man with chance, no, didn't boys about attacking me. Who are GDS and Koba and no miss me boys Gina Hall, and Kazoko Numa or Numan Sakura, and Kobeta Baya de Obe, and Kenya, where Bema miss me a Bema. Anka, dear Bessie Nancy. MPP, they are winning Dada. MPP, you are winning. They actually say, you are winning. One say election, the starting of the election, that would justify whether or not you win the election. And the way the people are coming to vote, so my election chief since 1992. So the way Crawford coming out to Abano with aggressive way, Ubehon say yes, MPP, you win Abano.
So coming back to the issue, you are live on GTV, GH1. Coming back to the issue, what really happened? Did you say anything offensive to Chief Sufo Audu Azoka to warrant his attack on you?
I make a formal complaint to this Akwatia police station. The way he attacked me, I did nothing. The way he attacked me, and he make a devastated comment. He make it clear categorically, stated his word categorically, that myself and the minority leader, he will make sure both of us has been murdered in Akwatia here. That is what he said. He said he came here possibly because of myself and then the minority leader.
What did you do?
I've done nothing. Just why did I come to Akwatia? Because they brag out there that, let Alaji cannot even step his foot in Akwatia. And Alaji cannot even step his foot in Akwatia. And I'm in Akwatia for the past 1 week today. That is why now they don't have any message to tell their people. It's to come to put fear and panic to me. And me, there's no amount of fire. There's no amount of panic. There's no amount of intimidation that you put to Alhaji Masawudu and conquer me. I'm here until when the electoral commission will collate and declare Asumadu, Solomon Asumadu as.
QuickBooks gives me the superpower to automate my invoices, track expenses, and get paid fast, so I can get back to work.
That Azoka has also released his voice. That's a recipe for conflict. Are you ready for that?
Do you see? I can confidently tell you that. In fact, Akwatia here is very peaceful. There is no way, no any single corner in Akwatia that you can see and witness violence. Look at the massive police officers here. And you can testify as a journalist. Nobody caused confusion here. It's only Azoka who came with his ignorant mind, somebody who didn't go to school, somebody who didn't even go to local makaranta, somebody who cannot speak English, somebody even his own local language he can't speak. You see, so this person, if you are dealing with such ignorant people, you have to deal with them professional way. So this is the matter that nobody has caused any confusion. Here is peaceful. But it's only Azoka who came to make this riot, to make himself popular. You know, this is a man that, as a first vice chairman of a political party, that he has no role to play. You can't even see him with anything. It's only violent. So when they think of violence, they just call him and say that, go, you are the foolish man, go and cause the violence. So me, it is a time for me as the national third vice chairman, because very soon in this party, I'll be contesting to be the national chairman of the
But Chairman, I asked you earlier whether you have any scores to settle with Azoka.
Me, as a Muslim, our principles and our law is peace. Anytime I need peace, but Azoka, I will never have peace with Azoka till when Azoka will come out and apologize of what he did.
But do you have any old scores to settle with him to warrant what happened earlier?
I don't have any cause to what? To settle or to have, remember, maybe I have some bantam fight between myself and Azoka. We had not anything. We are brother. Look, it is an interesting thing that you people will know that 1 week to this election, I met him at ANC Mall, Accra. We talked, we sat, he bought food, I went and bought food. We talked as brothers before coming to this Akwatia. But I see it's strange thing for Azoka to react the way a minor Azoka reacted. But you know, they have planned that Alhaji Masaudu, I am the mouthpiece of MPP. So when they bring me down, they bring the MPP down. I am telling you, I'll continue to be the mouthpiece of New Patriotic Party. I am the one and the only pillar of the New Patriotic Party. I will not keep my mouth shut, because Ghana here we are living in a democratic state, and democracy demands citizens allowed to speak freely without fearing any intimidation or any violence. So they should pack on. Their challenges now is that Alhaji Masaudu is Akwatia. They said that Oyabema, like this foolish Kevin Taylor, the foolish guy, or say...
Abalaji, you can't say that.
No, he called me foolish. So let me to reply him foolish. He said, we are Bema, kwa Akwatia na he. Kwa si ande mi Akwatia.
Alhaji, you are live on TV, so if you could, withdraw...
No,
Alhaji, withdraw it so that we'll continue. You are live.
I'll withdraw it.
Okay, so Alhaji, now that you've reported to the police, what do you want the police to do in this matter?
I want the police to call Azoka for an investigation for whether or not he has the mandate to come and declare somebody dead, to even threaten that he will kill a person, not a person, not just an ordinary person, but a national third vice chairman of a bigger opposition party. Barely 8 months ago, we were governing this country. So you just come and say, you kill me, just like that? So, myself and my family, we are, our hands, everything lies on this in Azoka. So, I want the police to call Azoka so that what he said, it is on video. It is clear, it is on video. So, whatever happened to me in Akwatia here, and I think Azoka will be
Alhaji, given the attention, don't you think that you should retire and take some rest?
No, I'm not retiring. You see?
No, I mean, go back to probably maybe your hotel and take a rest.
I will not go and take my rest. I will take my rest. The last rest that I will take is when I heard the Electoral Commission declare Solomon Asumadu as the winner of the by-election. That is the time that I will take my rest.
Okay, so that is the third national vice chairman of the MPP, Joshua, who was addressing us regarding the altercation between he and then the second vice chairman of the ruling National Democratic Congress. So after granting us the interview, he's making his way to the polling station to monitor the exercise. And now what is happening is that to let our viewers know he has been given police protection, given the fact that he went to the police station to report the incident between he and Sofo Azoka. So you see a policeman with him who has a sidearm giving him protection, I'm sure, after reporting the issue to the police. So, but then voting is still ongoing here. You see some people still in the queue to cast their ballot. So they are going through the process to cast their ballot. And let me also say that police 2 police vehicles have also been here just now. They are here in your short to ensure that there's security, maximum security here as well. So it appears the tension is building up, Joshua, and we are quite certain that the police are on top of their work and would ensure that nothing untoward actually happens. So those are the 2 police vehicles patrolling around to ensure that there's calm and orderliness as the process goes through. So Joshua, basically for now this is what is happening, but maybe, just maybe, Chief Sofa Azoka would make his way back here. But I've spotted the National Coordinator of the MPP, Aziz Haruna Futa. So let me try and also engage him what the party is doing regarding that particular issue. Okay, so Aziz Haruna Futa is also a national executive of the party, but we'll engage him subsequently. So this is what has been happening here in Buedua, one of the hotspots now in the Akwatia by-election, where there's a lot of chaos happening here at the moment. So we'll keep eyes on the ground and give you up-to-speed updates of what is transpiring here as the by-election is ongoing. We still have about 3 or 4 hours more to go before polls officially comes to an end. So over to you, Joshua, in studios in Accra.
Hanan Abdul Adam there from Akwatia. I'm sure no surprises there for you, Michael, listening to Masawudu. He says that he's reported to the police and he feels this was clearly threats on him. No surprises there for you as well?
So Joshua, I have a question. So that scene where they were taking the interview, it was a police station, right?
Yes.
It looks so chaotic for a police station. Because I heard your correspondent saying after the interview that he is going to monitor the election and he has scores of young men following
because now
him.
His boys
I wonder whether they are accredited by the Electoral Commission or not. So I'm saying the Electoral Commission, frankly, look, these are some of the reasons why some of us feel that the current crop of the Electoral Commission, they should be removed because they also add to the problem. Because you,
commissioners?
Yes. Because you have to organize the space such that, and then you have to, look, the Electoral Commission, the police should take explicit instructions from the Electoral Commission according to arrangements at the polling station. Who can enter where and who cannot enter where. Whether you are a party chairman or wherever you are, if you are not accredited, you are not accredited. Look at the scores of people behind him and he's moving towards the polling station to go and monitor. These are the things that bring the problems. Because you see that all the incidents that we record today, none of them, or probably just virtually none of them will be involving Akwatia residents, ordinary Akwatia residents. It will be those who have traveled far and near just to come there and disrupt activities. So I keep hammering that the politicians should respect themselves. If not, a time will come, there will be an endangered species.
So, Council, you were earlier saying that we need to have a situation where a report is made. Masaudu says he's done that.
Yes, and so once he has made a complaint, obviously the police should take it up. I mean, Azoka should be invited, and then his statement should also be taken as well. And then the due legal process should take its course. We shouldn't just twist things as, okay, it was nothing, or famanyami. No. To cure people's evil behavior, you must make sure there are a certain standard expected of political actors, and once you go below those standards, there should be penalties for that. And so, whether it's going to be caution or it's going to sign anything, that alone, I mean, serves as a check on the person's behavior. We cannot just sweep it under the carpet. If you make a statement that if somebody were to be here, there will be by-election. What are you saying? We are witnessing a by-election where, unfortunately, our member of parliament elected for the people of Akwatia has lost his life. And then you make certain statements like that. That is very insensitive. I mean, looking at the political temperature in the constituency, to say another by-election, I mean, what are we? What are we? Are we thinking about we cherish winning an election to preserving order and people's life? I mean, you have no right to make those statements. And so I think that once the police should act on it, once he says he has made a complaint, the police should take it up. And I'm not expecting that probably the local command, the IGP should be very interested, and then take this matter up.
Well, let's go back to Akwatia, because Hanan is interacting with Haruna Futa, who is the Nasara coordinator for the NPP.
So Aziz Haruna Futa is the National Nasara coordinator for the opposition New Patriotic Party. Aziz Haruna Futa, I saw you with Alhaji Masahudu, and tell us, first of all, how has monitoring of this election been so far?
Yes, about from 7 o'clock it has been peaceful until Azoka and his people attack our national third vice chairman. But I believe that this is not the solution. The solution of election, it is not about fighting or attacking somebody. It's for us to cut our votes and go home safely. And I believe in the Akwatia people, what they are saying, that all of them were blaming Azoka and the NDC, that this is where we belong to. Why are you people coming to fight and create chaos in our community? So we are not going to agree that. And by so doing, they are going to punish the NDC and the NDC candidates by their votes. Exactly what we want. You see, I believe that the indigents of Akwatia were giving a simple message that they knew Asumedu. Asumedu has been helping them for long. They don't know where the lawyer is coming from.
But that doesn't win elections. If he has been helping them, maybe he's just a philanthropist, and that doesn't matter.
He win a lot of elections. This is where he belongs, Bodia. And Bodia, where we are standing here, the Bodia voters belongs to NDC. And check now what is happening. Check now what is happening. MPP is doing well in Bodia now. It's because of Asumedu.
But it appears you are causing trouble in their strongholds, because they have not been to your stronghold, for example, Wenchi or Takrasi, to cause any trouble. But you are in their strongholds, ripping off their candidates' poster and all that. But it appears you are the ones causing the trouble, not so?
Nobody rip off their candidates' poster.
But earlier, that's what caused the problem.
No, listen. I'm in charge, myself and Masaudu were in charge in the Zongo community, both Akwatia Zongo and Bodia Zongo, where we are standing here. The law is, this is a polling station. So did the law allow a poster of a candidate in the polling station? Does the law allow?
No, but they said that was at their party office, and you needed not to send anybody there to rip off their poster.
We didn't send anybody. Ask, go and do your check. Go to Akwatia Zongo, the polling station there. There was a picture of their candidate there. Myself, I reported to the police. So the police command them to remove the picture there. That is what happened. Nobody has used his hand and removed any poster. We will not do that. We are a peaceful party. We don't like violence. We are a peaceful party. And they are creating this violence to show that like what Azoka did.
So, given what happened, Alhaji Masaudu says that the matter has been reported to the police.
Yeah.
We also heard the commentary he made about the minority leader. Has that also been reported to the police as well?
Yeah, I think so, because I did not go to the police. But I spoke to him, I spoke to the General Secretary. We are going to take it up, because you can't say that. Listen to the word he used. It's all over. I will kill the majority leader.
No, he said there's going to be a by-election.
What does that mean? What does that mean? If there's going to be a by-election in the minority leader constituency, what does that mean?
But it doesn't mean he's going to take his life.
But if the man is alive, can you have a by-election in his constituency?
Maybe he will resign. Maybe he will
not resign. He's talking about killing him. That is what Azoka said, and this is not his first time. He told Alhaji Masaudu, I will kill you. I was there in front of police, and they couldn't arrest him. What is this?
Okay, so how far do you intend to go with these two cases?
No, we are going to report it, and we are going to make sure that the IGP and the police will take will take a full this thing on that. We are not going to leave it. It is our this thing to protect every life. We don't have to use every life. Nobody must get injured because of politics. No. You get what I'm saying?
Okay. So that is Haruna Futa, who is the National Nasara Coordinator for the party. Let me engage some of the constituents here. Mame, you are live on GH1 TV. Now, what will happen anyway? Na sese amato aba ewie no na den na mohwe so se ebesi every echineko.
De pa ni se nkunimude keke ane ye pese ba na mo ye mpentokwa. E pese aba na nkoboko de ne de anonfa omomfa so a omomfa ne boko ye mpent na mo ye nya number 1. Eno pe na me de me hia. Na
ntawantawa na esi no na modwen wo san. A police for no den na mo pese omoye emfa ho.
Ye pa so ye ntawatawa bensa.
There is Akwatia Zongo no party mpanyinfo mienu ekoko ntakwa ne ba kososo koyi party poster no.
Eno de ye pese enya gboko ye beka na omo atese omo nya na enya gboko afie nyina ye omamba baako. Ye mpe wenchi ye to aba ne wie ne ye kwa obi aye ye nua. Nti anya na enya gboko eno pe ne ye nde ye hia. Na mo mpanifo no so ade anim so omo nka na bibia anya gboko eno pe ne ye hwehwe.
Okay. Na Odin
but her friend is Cynthia.
Okay, so that is Cynthia. In essence, what she's saying is that they want a peaceful poll today so that whatever they want or their desires comes into reality after today's poll. So you will see quite a number of them, those who have taken part of the process. Others did not take part, but they are just here to also observe. And so this is what has been happening. Let me engage one of the senior citizens here.
At Gaddis Reflection Limited, beauty meets confidence. We bring you the very best in cosmetics and skincare with
ano muwa hey watu waba na dena ube ohwehwe wahabium
matuma ba de dada me coordinator for the Hope Health Center and Constitution for Bodia Roma
Bodia electoral area
mini coordinator wa matuma ba wie na me so supervise ne ekọ de me hwe me Crawford ne be ya
now, as we are monitoring, no, the Akukosu no monitor process no hone appreciate for now.
As my winning query, but to me near Krogua as a powder and Gugum Wimbre. It's a winning.
Hey, Abano Yawio.
Oh, merely yes, to know them. Who's a Bibiaco fine?
O say more to know them.
To know how me at 20
no, Kabi say Abano Matunu or them in Sitra.
Yatun is spiritual. Bibiania who be
sir. Damn, Pasha, if I was
they're from Audu Salifo, alas, AK coordinator.
It's Audu Salifo saying that they've won already and they are just here to. Okay, so Joshua, let me take you to Alhaji Collins Dauda, who just arrived. Alhaji Collins Dauda is one of the longest members of parliament in Ghana. He has just arrived here. So Joshua, let's engage him briefly. Alhaji, you are live on GH1 TV and Star FM. Alhaji, are you just arriving or you've been here quite a while ago?
Yesterday, and I'm back today.
So how have you monitored the exercise so far?
What's going on? Boardwalk, I visited about 2 polling stations and voting is going on very smoothly. As expected, we don't expect any skirmishes anywhere.
Alhaji, you are beaming with smiles. Is there anything behind this smile?
We are winning. We are taking the Akwatia seat.
But why are you so confident?
Very, very confident, because I'm confident.
Why so, Alhaji?
I am confident.
Alhaji, we still have about 4 hours more to go or so. And there's been some reported incidents between your vice chairman and that of the MPP. There's also the removal of posters at Akwatia Zongo, which has degenerated into some violent confrontations earlier. You are a veteran politician. Do you think that this should be happening, especially at the top level, involving national executives?
I don't know the details of this, and therefore I'm reluctant to comment on it. But generally, there shouldn't be any such incidents. But to be able to make any effective comment on it, you need to get the details. Unfortunately, I don't have the details.
So, Alaji, like I indicated, we still have about 4 hours more to go. What do you anticipate will happen after close of poll?
I think I've already said what I expect at the end of polls, that NDC will win the seat. And the basis is very simple. I am sure the people of Akwatia are looking for development projects. They are looking for jobs for their people. Even though we are all Ghanaians and that we are all entitled to development in the nation. But you know that because of the nature of the politics we do in Ghana, if you have the president belonging to NDC and you have the opportunity to elect somebody to parliament, naturally you would want to elect somebody who would align with the president and his vision. And in this case, it is the NDC candidate. And therefore, my view is that the people of Akwatia will vote for somebody who will align with the sitting president.
But Alaji, when you say so, are you not twisting the arm of the people behind their backs?
No, I'm not. Making a statement doesn't amount to twisting.
Yeah, but when you say they should vote for your candidate because you are in power.
We are in power. That's the truth of the matter. Unless we want to twist the truth.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
We are in power.
But does it matter if
we should? Yes, it matters. It matters. We are in majority in parliament. And let me just give a simple analysis. For example, if government budgets to construct about 100 6 classroom blocks across the length and breadth of the country, and every MP goes to lobby. You know, we have about 275 MPs. And so everybody goes in there to lobby for one of the projects. Naturally, the NDC candidate or the NDC MP has an advantage over the MPP candidate. It's simple. It's simple, Chief. If we can satisfy everybody and there wouldn't be any competition, fine.
Alaji,
then we go normal.
Yeah, Alaji,
that situation.
The MPP also says that if you think there's no competition, you have enough in Parliament. Why are you so interested in Akwatia?
We want to help build Akwatia. We want to bring development to Akwatia. If you talk to anybody in Akwatia, he will tell you the roads were done by NDC. Water. When I was Minister for Water, Resource, Waste and Housing, I brought the water system to Akwatia. Akwatia, Achimda, and Winneba. Their water system was provided when NDC was in power and when I had the privilege to be Minister for Waste and Housing in this country. And the MPP hasn't done anything for the people of Akwatia. So the expectation is that with NDC in power, they are going to have development. And therefore, it is better for them to have an NDC MP.
Alaji, you mentioned Winneba. The minority leader was here earlier. He says that they are mourning democracy following the removal of the Chief Justice. Does that mean that the government of the NDC did wrong with regards to the removal of the Chief Justice?
It is the minority leader who is a confused politician.
Oh, how, Alaji?
He's confused because we went through the processes outlined in the Constitution. For the removal of the Chief Justice, the Constitution clearly defines the processes that one has to go through to get the Chief Justice removed. He should cite a breach.
He said there were 3 petitions. The committee presented the first report, and then the government took a decision, which they think that they should have waited for all the 3 petitions to be reviewed before a final decision is taken.
Chief, if we are in court and you are charged for 4 counts and you are cleared for 3 and you lose 1, and the one that you lose, you are supposed to go for a prison sentence. The court will not say that because you won the 3, the 1 you must go away. they will jail you because of the one. It's the same thing. 3 petitions, and one indicts you, and you want us to wait. That is the thinking of the minority leader.
For the sake of transparency, Alaji.
For the sake of what?
Transparency.
We have been transparent. We have been transparent. The report is clear that she must be removed, and she has been removed by the president in accordance with laid down processes of our constitution.
Is anybody going next?
Look, wait, let me end up on this one. The president took an oath and said he was going to defend the constitution of the Republic of Ghana. And that's what the constitution says. You want him to throw that away? You expect the president to disrespect the constitution that he swore to uphold and defend and protect? Is that the expectation of the minority leader? I'm afraid what he is saying rather might be something that all Ghanaians must mourn.
Alaji, is there any national officer going out again? You know of any?
National officer going. I don't expect...
The CJ has been removed. Any other head of any government institution?
I don't expect anything. But when it happens, we'll go through the lay-down processes.
Okay. Alaji Collins Dauda, a veteran politician and one of the longest-serving members of parliament in Ghana, engaging us. He just arrived here at the Coalition Center, polling station here at the Bodua bus terminal to monitor the exercise, and we engaged him extensively as you heard him sharing his thoughts with regards to the minority leader's assertion that Ghana's democracy has been infringed on following the removal of the Chief Justice. So, Joshua, this is what we have at the moment. We'll keep our eyes on the ground and continue to provide our viewers and listeners on Star FM with up-to-minute update as to how the Akwatia by-election is being conducted. Back to you in studios, Joshua.
Hanan, Adam, thank you so much for that. But let's continue from where he left off with the former MP, who says that, well, in terms of the removal of the Chief Justice, the President Mahama just acted in accordance with the law. Counsel?
Joshua, I will not mince words, okay? The John Mahama reset agenda started on an evil and wrong path of political vindictiveness. That's clear. They have already hatched their plan that coming into government, there are certain key functionaries, state institutions that they target. So they started with sacking people from various state institutions, people who have legitimate appointment, hardworking young Ghanaians who are working. They get their sack letter. The Minister for Communication went on Ghana Post, which was one of the agencies, and sacked some people who have been legally and they have gone through the process of recruitment. We saw other state institutions, people who were working. You saw party people going to NHIS offices in the Ashanti region and threatening people to pack their bag and baggage and leave the office. So it was on the wrong path of political vindictiveness that we are coming at you. We have issue with you because probably we are not being okay with certain judgments and certain decisions of the Apex Court. And so for me, right from the outset, I have in mind that, look, there was a political agenda to go after no less a person than the head of the judiciary. Look, you go to the Constitution. Article 146 provides for the processes for the removal
Where do you go to for your Call of Duty points?
Usually I buy my points from Carry First shop. Oh, Carry First. Carry First.
True that at every point in time when the CJ was given the opportunity, even before she was given the opportunity, issues about the petition already in the media. It has already been publicized. People have seen copies of the petitions where she has not been served with a copy. She requested as a respondent, which was within her right, that look, the matters against me has already been what? In the public domain. And so, for instance, let's get this particular matter, even though the Constitution provides for in-camera. This is a matter that concerns us. The Constitution lets us know that, look, the administrative of justice is for and on behalf of the people. So if definitely we are going to take a decision in the interest of Ghanaians, let's make it a public show. Yeah. I mean, let people learn from this so that those of us who are students of the law will be able to appreciate what is going on, the procedure.
But doesn't the law also say that these procedures should not be held in the public eye.
Yeah, the law is explicit saying that it should be in camera. But I'm saying that the petition, even the petition before it gets to the table of the respective Chief Justice, it was already in the public domain. You are supposed to send me a petition. I have a right to respond to those petitions and the various allegations that have been made against me. But I'm hearing of it in the media.
But government denied. I remember having a conversation with that. Government denied, saying that the reports rather were made public after they were sent to the
No, but
TV.
it was already. I saw copies already in the media. I mean, you can see some. Those of you, you are social media savvy. You see it. Some bloggers have already blogged about it. Now, what is the issue? She is the respondent. She has a right to be heard in these matters, and she is supposed to give a response. But she requested that these matters should be in public. Why? Because she has issues even with the composition of the committee. I must tell you on authority, as I said, John Dramani Mahama reset agenda on this particular issue about the removal of the CJ was a political vindictive action. So just get some people into a committee, and they must justify why she must be removed. What are the two issues? Student of law listening to us or watching us, what are the two issues? That stated misbehavior. Now, stated misbehavior, I have a difficulty because of the vagueness of that definition. To say stated misbehavior, the Constitution has not provided for that, even though there are case law to buttress it. But you go and say that, okay, she went on trips, and according to the travel policy documents of the judiciary, those Superior Court justices, if you are going to go back, there are a lot of Chief Justices or Superior Court judges will be found wanting because it gives you room to travel with at least a person. Now, the CJ, I'm not sure, will be dictating to the administrative officers that, look, I'm going, and so this is the requirement, give per diem to this. Let's assume that it was in error, that certain per diems were given to the husband or the daughter. There should be able to be a recall of those monies. These are the two grounds that she has dissipated public funds. If you look at the report that I have here, just a second, the report that I have here, removal letter, and you look at paragraph 1.9 with the kind permission. It says that in the opinion of the committee, the travel expenses which the Chief Justice heaped on the judicial service when she traveled on holidays in September 2023, first to Tanzania with her husband and second to the United States of America with her daughter, together with the payment of per diem to the spouse and daughter of the Chief Justice, constitute unlawful expenditure of public funds. It cannot be justified in law or policy. But there's a travel document. So if it says that, okay, you can go with them, but they are not supposed to receive per diem, they will cure that. There should be legal remedy to cure that. Is this the threshold to remove a sitting Chief Justice should be because instead of going on the trip with either the husband or the daughter, because the document gives room to go with a person of a choice, but they were not supposed to have received per diem. Can that be cured? I mean, that's a question for our viewers. Can that be cured? You can cure that. And to state that, okay, one of the other issues, key in this report, that the manner in which she transferred a certain officer is abuse of her office. Yes, the Constitution gives you, as a person in high authority, some discretionary powers that you can use. If the person feels that the transfer was not proper, the person should have a remedy. If should be, these two reasons be enough to take off. I mean, that is flimsy. It is targeted. It was already hatched by the John Dramani administration to target the head of the judiciary. If you go to a strong house, you are looking for the strong person, and once you kick the person out, other people. I'm very, very much informed that people that the respective Chief Justice appointed to certain positions in the judiciary now, some of them are being transferred, some of them, their position, they have recalled them and that. So this is, we cannot go on. It is a slap and a stab in the back against the judiciary. We believe that there should be independence of the judiciary. And these reasons, if you are a corporate leader and you have these reasons where the managing director, you are a CEO, and the managing director, there are some monies he was not supposed to pay per diem on the trip, or you are supposed to do that, oh, please, it is in error. Those monies should go back to government checks. And I think that should suffice. I'm highly disappointed.
because as it stands now, it looks like we've seen the final of the matter, because from all indication and from the letter that was addressed to her as well, she's not only removed as Chief Justice, she's also removed as a Justice of the Supreme Court.
And that is why, you see, sometimes we don't have to serve a very bad precedent for our young democracy. We don't have to serve, because you cannot make right now the duration or the term of a Chief Justice coterminous with whoever is in government. We shouldn't.
But the indication is that that's not what is being done here.
But that is what
rule of law has been followed.
But that is the signal you are saying. You are saying rule of law, but sometimes the law was made by man, and sometimes in trying to apply the law, you look at the circumstances, because the framers of the Constitution, their intent is that the procedure for the removal of a Superior Court of Justice should be strict enough that we will not have much political interference to say that, okay, I don't like Joshua as the Chief Justice, I like Michael, and so let me find. So it was political witch hunting. Let's follow the Chief Justice. Administrative officers look into the books and see, is there any an opportunity that we can use against her, and make sure that we use that to kick her out. I mean, that's what they are doing. It is shameful. Clearly, look at a profile. If you take your time, look at the profile of the Chief Justice. A very good resource for us, a model of example to young ladies in the legal fraternity, people looking up. She has come through the ranks to serve. And then we have political interference to make sure that, okay, because of certain judgments and decisions in the past, we don't like this set of people. And so let's set a committee, put people in the committee who will justify a removal, because that could have been
two of her colleagues as well were on the committee.
I mean, obviously, if you say two of her colleagues, definitely she has other colleagues. Even when she wrote, she placed an application at the Supreme Court, application to deal with certain matters. The composition was done. Those people who were in the panel definitely you will not select those who are in their favor, because definitely if you are working in the same establishment, you know those that probably they may be biased towards a person. And so definitely they exploit that, and that to me is a disgrace to our democracy. That matter alone, to me, it does not meet the threshold to say that, oh, this stated misbehavior of setting per diem, and then in the administrative duties transfer to say these are the reasons. And so, because why didn't they touch on incompetence? Why would they leave that? The report didn't capture incompetence, because she's competent for the work. She has the right experience. She's a shining example as a sitting Chief Justice. But they just went to talk about per diem that has been given. I mean, those money, come on. How much is those money?
Right.
Once you think it is error, and then the policy for travel document that regulates whichever person you go with and per diem, that could be cured. Okay. And so we shouldn't go to the extreme. And I think that I'm highly disappointed in the president, that even when the report got to his desk, less than 4 hours, I'm expecting the president to have that urgency to deal with issues about illegal mining. As it is now, he should have that urgency. The urgency to look at, to make sure that the youth who are crying for jobs, John Dramani Mahama should be able to, His Excellency should make sure that youth are getting jobs, because people are complaining. Apart from the stabilization of the city, since he took office on the 7th of January, you can tell me, what other positives are we seeing in this government? They are going after political opponents. They are taking people from places that the law protect them. People who are on commissions, and then their tenure of office is done. They are just going after that, apart from the stabilization of the city. And now if you check currently, issues even with forest now.
Right.
What has been this?
Right.
It is shameful, and then it is a slap in the face of our democracy and a stab at the back of the judiciary.
Right. Okay, Jonas, let me come to you, Michael. The removal of the CJ. You've heard Jonas talk about how he believes this is a very wrong precedent that has been set by the president, and well, they saw this coming. This is a calculated attempt to take out the head of an arm of government.
You know, for once, I saw that my dear Leonard colleague was trying to wear two hats at the same time. And, you know, with one head, sometimes it will be difficult to really achieve that.
What do you mean with that?
Yes, because at the point I was trying to hear him as a politician or a member of the MPP. And at the point I was also trying to hear him as a respected member of the bar. But you see, so those two hats, he was really struggling to wear them. I disagree with him on several fronts regarding his submission on this matter. Though I would like to state that it's a very sad occurrence in our democracy having to have a Chief Justice dismissed is really a bad occurrence.
It's the first of its kind.
Yeah, just like I would be very sad to also know that a Speaker of Parliament or a President has been impeached. These are not things that we want to hear in our democracy. But, you know, I would say that this particular issue, I would consider it as on front as a necessary evil. Okay. But, you know, the Bible tells us something in 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verses 23, that all things might be permitted, but not necessarily good for us. It might be within the law that we can remove the Chief Justice, but in doing so, we have to be a bit cautious. That being said, it does not mean that when there's a need for a Chief Justice to be removed, we would also be sluggish about it or probably not take that action. There's a reason why those removal processes are in the Constitution. They are not just there for decoration. Now, going into the merits of the case, I think that when we read the letter that came out, most of the issues were around misbehavior. Yes, and they bordered around administrative lapses and. She was biased in calling of cases or in dealing with cases. For me, I even felt that her actions or inactions in dealing with the issues of Saul was even enough to deny a whole community or a group of communities their fundamental human rights. Was even a big deal enough to have warranted us to investigate or, you know, a Chief Justice. So for these things not to take center stage and then to dwell on some of these issues that people might feel were trivialities. But you see, the issue is that we are talking of the Chief Justice. She is, let me say, the owner of the law. And these are people that should be held to the strictest accountability. So I disagree with people who want to say that the issues that were raised were trivial. Even if they are trivial, but are in contravention with the law, the Chief Justice should be the first person to, you know, face the law squarely when it is against
but the argument is that these things are not just only trivial, but they are not illegal. And so if you say that the law allows her to go on a trip with one person, the law doesn't state who. So she decides, I want to go with my husband. And so if you have a challenge with and that person is entitled to a per diem. So if you have a challenge with it, why don't you just recall the per diem and then allow the Chief Justice to operate?
Right. So I don't want to go into the issues around it because it's already done and sealed. But lessons learned. Right. What are some of the lessons that we learned from this? I feel that the whole process of removing the Chief Justice, where everything is triggered or is revolved around the president, I'm a bit uncomfortable about that. I think that the Constitutional Review Commission, when they are listening, or I don't know if it was part of their processes, they should consider moving such a task to Parliament, because Parliament represents the whole nation.
So the president should not be the one to set up the committee.
That's what I think.
Appoint those to be on the committee, and then later say that I'm waiting for the committee to bring a report, and I act strictly upon that.
I think that responsibility should move to Parliament, because Parliament has an entrenched representation of the country, so that we don't have to have the whole process revolving around the president, because it gives room for certain discretions that might be biased or be based on people's personal interest. But if such a process moves to Parliament, then it makes it easier for us to be assured that whatever happened, the country is united with whatever decision that is taken. That is what I want to say. And so one of the things that I also want to address was the fact that his dismissal was coterminous with his role as a justice.
Because then we are setting a precedent where the tenure of the Chief Justice will be coterminous with the tenure of the President, which clearly would be a problem.
You see, the thing is that if that would have even made it worse. That would have even made it very worse for us. This was typical witch hunting, because for whatever laws or whatever reasons why we are removing her as a Chief Justice, they still stand for a justice, because being a justice and being a Chief Justice, the difference is little. The level of integrity that you need, the level of unbiasedness that you need should be the same. So there's no difference. So I believe that is the underpinning reason why her dismissal was coterminous with her being a Justice of the Supreme Court. But I just want to say that this should serve as a lesson to all other arms of government. You should know that once this has happened, when it is now the time of the presidency, when it is now the time of a Speaker of Parliament, we should be able to allow the systems to work. But the last thing that I want to say is, whoever is coming on as the next Chief Justice, you should know that you are there to serve the interest of Ghanaians. Even if you give the slightest impression that you are serving the interest of any party or individual, you are digging your own grave, because at a point in time, that party might not be in a position to help you. Because I remember when this thing happened, the Chief Justice tried to whip public sentiments. But unfortunately, she couldn't garner enough public support because there was already a general perception out there that she was biased. So it is something I want to address. And the very, very last, I always keep saying the last thing I want to say, the MPP keeps saying that, oh, when we come to power, whoever is made the Chief Justice, we are going to remove him or her for no reason at all. And I want to advise that, please, that can be a very dangerous move. Because the thing is that Ghanaians are quiet on this one, probably because of the things that they've seen and the things that they've heard. It doesn't mean that on the next one, if even the new Chief Justice who comes has the interest of the nation had and moves strictly according to the law, and that's what is expected of him or her, and Ghanaians are impressed with his work, you can come as a political party and decide to remove the person. That would be dangerous, and some of us will fight it. So that's what I have to say.
Quite interesting. Jonas.
I mean, MPP as a political party has not made any statement that should MPP come into government, whoever is the Chief Justice or whoever is going to be, appointed as the Chief Justice is going to be removed. I mean, if you've seen those may be pedestrian statements, not official position. That's not the position of the New Patriotic Party, because we believe that anybody who is going to be appointed at the CJ is competent enough. We believe in separation of powers and the independence of the judiciary. And the MPP has a history where, even though we may disagree with certain judgments of the various courts or the apex courts, yes, we will respect that. In the 2012 election petition, then candidate Akwatia then respected the decision of the court, even though he disagreed with the position of the court. So we have not set as a political party to be attacking the judiciary. We know clearly that there has been meetings upon meetings within the NDC, and it was a political witch hunting targeted at the respected Chief Justice. And so it is a seed that they have sown. And definitely we say that when you sow a bad seed, you reap the effect. So it is the NDC who has to watch most of these precedents that they are setting. It may come back to bite them. But I will never advocate as a member of the New Patriotic Party that, look, whoever is appointed at the CJ, once the MPP comes into power, God willing, by January 2029, to go and then be looking which anti and looking for opportunity to remove. No, if the person commits any offense, the threshold which requires that the person should be going through the due process, it will be done. But clearly, moving forward, as I said, it is.
I'll take your position as the updated position of the party.
No, the party. No, I respect my senior Dennis Miracles Abaji may have expressed his opinion, but I'm saying that is not the position of the party. So we will know, but we know in certain contexts that the NDC as a political party, one of their meetings, their lawyers forum, they already had a target, because their difficulty has been with the. We know the history from the PNDC now. That is not for discussion now, but clearly, the MPP doesn't have that posture. Rule of law should take its place, but we are saying that we are highly disappointed. This is a political vindictiveness. The John Mahama reset agenda was said that one of the arms of government to target is that after having overwhelming majority in parliament is to go after the judiciary, which they have never been successful in a lot of suits. If you go look at the history of any suit involving the NDC and the MPP or any matter, they have never been successful. We have history of producing one of the best lawyers in the country, and most of the legal decisions have always been in the favor of the New Patriotic Party. But moving away from that, we cannot allow this to slide. That's just like Joshua, you said. If you are saying that the person is entitled to go to a trip with any person, whether the husband or the daughter, but the person is not entitled for a per diem. That is an administrative matter.
Right.
To balance the books. That matter, if it's a petition, immediately you suspended the CJ in June. The suspension is even enough. The suspension. If you look at the article, clause 8 of Article 146, it gives the president, let me just make a quote. It gives the president, clause 11 of the Article 146, that the president may at any time revoke a suspension under this article. So you've suspended it since June. We are in September. After you have gone through these matters and you know that this threshold of paying per diem to these persons who do not, and then administrative decision to transfer a person, and think that the process that it went through were not the best. All you could have done is to cure this. The law should give a remedy, policy-wise, and then you can be able to call for those per diem, and then the suspension would have served as enough indication that, look, even though you are the Chief Justice, some of these steps or some of these lapses should not. Because we are all not perfect. Definitely you can be in authority. We have members who have come to be vetted and they are ministers, but they have issues. Muntaka, who is a current minister in the city government, had issues with Pampers and other issues that came. There are people who are, but they were given the opportunity to make sure you correct it. So we are not justifying the wrong of yesterday. Right. But we are saying that with the respective Chief Justice, these reasons could have been cured. It couldn't have got to dismissal. And I think that is quite unfortunate.
And the question that they keep asking, the NPP, points us to any breach of the Constitution in this process.
And we are saying that the composition, I have a challenge with the composition of the committee. Look at the persons in the committee. I don't want to mention, but look at the committee was set up purely to justify a removal.
Is that unconstitutional?
I disagree.
No,
I disagree.
No, I'm saying that discretion. Who composed? The law gives the president in consultation with the Council of State to set. So I'm saying that you may disagree. I'm saying that the composition of the committee was set out to justify her removal.
They weren't qualified. They weren't qualified.
No, we are not talking about qualifying. Okay. You need to pay attention to the fact. I'm saying that you may be in a position of authority where the Constitution gives you a duty or obligation to perform. You may decide to choose those. I'm saying that those people that were put in the committee,
they had some bias
towards the Chief Justice. I'm telling you. And so the conclusion is going to be one thing.
So it's an opinion.
Justifying her removal. That is number one. The second issue I've mentioned, and I'm reiterating that again, is that the matters or the two key issues do not meet the threshold to say that it should cause a removal. I mean, what are we talking about? That per diems were given, paid. She's not the accountant that pays herself. There's a procedure that goes. There's a travel document. That's okay. We prepare the travel document. You're about to travel. Submit the names of the people. Submit their accounts. When the per diem, the Chief Justice did not receive the per diem on behalf of the husband or the daughter, the various officers mandated did those pay.
Tell us how too much money no don't want you. Into what swipe ya kwen.
Dial *500# or visit the Telecel Play app to obtain a star.
It should not even have been paid in the first place. But let's even admit that the error was done, that they were paid. It's supposed to be just refunded. And that is it. But if
and that should have ended matters.
That's why should just let Michael convince us on the two issues. You may disagree on the two issues.
Right.
If you are a sitting Chief Justice, those two issues were the reason for your removal. How justify it is? Justify the two issues.
Let me give Michael the final bite on this as we draw the curtains on our session.
Yes, I know. That's what I'm saying. That I know that my big brother is struggling a bit because I know he's a very senior counsel.
No. I've spoken the position of the law. So you may argue on the position of the law. And then on the issue of the reasons for removal, do you think it's justifying? I mean, you speak to the issues. It's not about conviction. So there's a host who may...
What I'm saying is that somebody like the Chief Justice, somebody like the Chief Justice, there are some people they don't deserve second chances for a reason. The question I want to put to my counsel here is that with the reasons they stated, I know some of them, as we said, were not really weighty enough, but
No, there's no but. If you agree that some of the issues were not waiting now,
but
there's
I'm
no
saying
but.
that people like
today
Chief
may be
Justices,
the respected
people
Chief
like
Justice.
Chief,
Tomorrow you may be in the position.
People like Chief Justices. I gave an example earlier on that if you go to Western countries in advanced democracies, someone can be a politician and probably have.
So you're saying by virtue of the
integrity
office that she holds?
Yes, by virtue of the office that she has to be held to the strictest proof of integrity.
Yes.
So such that we might not be able, we can apply it in every situation to other people.
Right.
But if we say, the Chief Justice said and other people do it, so let's let it slide, we'll be setting a bad precedent. And I'm saying that this should be an example to all other office holders to know that everyone can be accountable.
Right. Very well. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for your time. We started in the morning and we are ending in the afternoon. But guess what? We are not ending our coverage. It's a continuous coverage. We'll take a breather, and then my colleagues would also pick up from here. Nade Tete and then Tutu Adanso would also be on your airwaves. You're also live on Star 103.5 FM. Emmanuel Ejabing would also be joining the team, bringing you nothing but the best in coverage. My guest for this session, Michael Donyina Mensah, Executive Director for the Center for Public Opinion and Awareness. And we're also joined in studio by Oscar Jonas Tay Mensah. He's a private legal practitioner and a member of the MPP's communications team. This is our continuous coverage of the by-election in Akwatia. Over 52,000 people choosing one leader to replace NSD Alkumi and represent them in the 9th Parliament. I am Joshua Mensah. My colleagues will take over from there.
MPP, as we are speaking, Omoni leaders. Dr. Mahmoud Baomi and Preprewi, Oba Jina say Antonio Swaba or MPP, Oberry, but ono de Onim Soberry. Donya Mesa, Dr. Mahmoud Baomi, we need Omo Prime Minister Noah, major politics. I could tell by lesson there. See, I told you that.
Not where you did that. There be now so be a coin candidate. I think you call election and Casa.
Sabe Cafrao. Me papa your hene. Etia kunyaso.
Ono munye musitu.
Say, famone enye seat be sise banto bakra kunyato form. NDC Bejia Kudano.
Back by now, this song catching the trend. We are separating the boys from the men. My name is D Cram, 6-star general. Osha Divine Media Ghana. Keep it locked right here. Oko baby cram at Tolampo.
I was saying I will be by somebody Divine Media Ghana. Wouldn't him say, I ran a brain nano. Aya and someone a coso away a mime. And I ba na yene impenning for a kukudam. Ishia na yene or motor como. Yapa. Ekwa Mills or NDC communication team member or Ashanti region. You didn't kind of come be na when your videos in be after him say was ya at the brain every and there. As we are saying about in chamber, my yababusia dear na yabajana drinker. Obekaya, a baby I became coin any better chain come or Emaneka and Sembi Efa Akwatia by election I babe coso. Now him says I'm ready. Aka krabina a brainer drew. And Tiana so yaba, getting about Chon Commonia beside say, a damn crown as see an or my home buana or cano. Aquacusi saying, a then yen share nim and free Akwatia by election. Man could be a mitra me who basisi a me ba, yet in commodity train best. Papa, I don't pay more quaba.
Yeah, dear.
Me did say, Umpum, ye boko.
Oh, Damiado, me, hoyepa.
Damn, yes. With ye, young commoder, they are. Ebisa, Akwatia by election, no. A camia say, a drew heavy. Na, NPP nana B, me assure say winning. Or say, or more NPP, or marching on her free. Tamale Central, by election, I because on a moon could be. We general secretary the whole response aba. Sa asem no edi kan ye nin kan tie no free wan san ya ba hombo amaye. edi kushia Akwatia by election. Also me saying.
Me na me da se. Na say you never man na bi. Any MPP for Nankasa no. Or one way or the other no. Broni Beka say Omaye confused. Yes, Omaye confused.
I want it down.
Oh, how are almost see to Tom Nioma. So Besha, I will say MPP, as we are speaking, Omoni leaders.
NPP leaders.
MPP leaders because it is very difficult for MPP as a political party to take a crucial decision. I want to say, only leader, and as I know, man, a TICC. Saka MPP for our leaders are competent, credible, intelligent. Your situation be fine. A woman say, Monko. So I say, and I say, a woman say, a one no seat, a NDC for a seat. But move to me, I try my best. But I say, at least, my candidate to be ready. A big general, no, so I saw now what they are. What did I be there? But say, Copa say, all of a sudden, we'll try you 10, ebe catch say, Tamale Central, then the Nyadiam Bede, Mobacodia. That means one, say, you and a woman more. Nay, say, Mono Munim dia moye, we are say as a political party. And a medical catcher say, and the Ben see, this is even no muteki, approach bay and a buy in tia, and ma on the catcher Ghana for say. Elections no omoyede omonko
sir almost say in honor of a sitting NPR okunya akwanhia
me bacho modern sitting MP no okunya akwanhia yen compare me bacho me a me di hyewu no edwane simani mu amedi wonu a okura no wonnim ne baabia o se edwane no wonni Umo wudi abubu kura che me amede hyewu what be da
eno de menti bi da
satana de na kwe enti minu a me de hye me MP atiato owu ya ya tisa me say me ko na seat na e ho no ma sanso da de e sanso da ba be camera hye be dwa no ho wonu a wudi hye nwu ye no de wo se da bi e ho no kwa na me nko that means e ye hu na e wo mu so that be no and a woman say new susu dia na that means my leaders no decision on take here no a bogus decision na can say on come take that decision at that moment say be ka fra Akwatia by election on mokwa no nyom de she na ewu
omo de she
nti say wo de she ewu na wo say no no kwa akopre ho akonwa na so bi su de she ewu na wo say obi de she na wewu ne de and the ho de me nkopre na mo me de she na wewu ne de me pere ho akonwa ne de that means your thinking no psychology no more problem. So they say psychologically no. I see you be say your question say. Why not can say withdraw from Akwatia by election? Why not say withdraw from a friend say Tamale Central? But Akwatia then I hear more moderation there. Most of them makura mo bebo na mo daje da seat no. Na be ba cho obi a ye hye ne dem ye bo ho ma.
Tamale Central, you know, almost they share MP Nanimuyam, but I say, on only woo now, woo, you know.
Is MP, they will Mukana presse. Nay, I'm what they say, and this MPs in the Kabu.
Oh, there be, and you'll be at it.
Nay, no more day. Not any MP before they say MPP, MP, friends, and this MPs will be. Apoyando then or can won't to Mr. Hono. And now,
I say, I grow and I would
grow a kutuma. Sometimes, you know, penny, who ye penny, Cassa say penny, Maoni ye, and yet to say penny, and no, maybe a way piano, and yet to say penny. Me pacho owo ye didi agro my Ghana moana.
Me pacho de.
No kono sambre bi no me kasa wo fro. En chire Ghana for say na nya agro na wo didi na o hwe no. E na abe mu de ama no. E na na eye en bi fo so nyina so omo wish says I didn't be ebe mu saa
and then MPP for you now wish because it wouldn't buy no uti in sama omo church cry out to me say
I'm na church
NPP mpanimfo no say NPP as a political party no kra dey na incident ni see no omo de letter ba bonten e be kire mu say ade a esi no eye omo ya nti omo ni omampani John Dramani Mahama kra ka bo ma omo nyina ehwe ma bibia ekoso kama yi na se na Nana Dodankwa, your former president, or your former vice president, or NPP leaders in penny for chairman to me, who are more yenasi.
I'm kind of control. Sometimes say asem two, and I say asem si. Na encrofo bawon chain, puba ababe showa. Omo puba be showing na no munina no mo sympathizers. Obi babe show biakoka. Obi betie biakoka. Nti abeka se MPP for no ba ho de nyina no na omoye sympathizers say NDC ya fense ya de share bia de Akwatia na Dabi sa de na ya na edada nipa maye ntumi nko ye nima we wiase mimi say no sa asem tumi a wo a wo ba no first of all wa hwa me hu wa dwen ko a wo de wo de ba because time asem nto me no na me nim asetena wo ne mete. But so what I say, as someone told me no, na sitting na one meter, maybe some question said, nay, ye, and I nay, na there some told me, would they America, Ebacatawini, Abamami Yako, there be. Internet will say, MPP for me, Omacasa no more can about say, Abrana Assembly and Sieno, and then Prepare as some way I see no, Bano mo bano, na Omobetsiacoca. And ye Yako. Any yaw and a ne woman with that moment there be. It's sad and man in that dow.
Now, Yambra Akwatia by election. Oden Sembi Etuja say Akwatia by election. Owomu and Kwamu. So more ba. Naso mudi gidi ba. Most mudi beshiom. Mabwamu because of Niama be a SCC abitwamu contino. The SCC nyina no no bia de ye rehearsals. E man krofo bebre na akra comment on de ba ne se ene Akwatia de ne de. Sani a wo kan onsem na Akwatia be air classico. A kire se match we de. Ano be den. Sisi a dru ha wie. Ahomboa ne hyehyɛ any expectations ben ene yenhwehwɛ.
Be man no question ne say. Nanka kasa mekano kane no na ankanye saa na kanye se ede ye hwehwe no so na sabe kafra o ye nyina no ye kwakosi akan na wo kacha me se waboaboa ho a na wo pa kire se esa ho boabo na waboabo na se wo training no wa ye ni yie enti wo kacha me se mesuminye de mesuminye training yie na mesumemu aboa me ho. Now, who say, Dentia, a man called Band, son, say, I get about 2 pesos, so I got to about a chelawadring. Namichela Madrid, and Yantokwa. Name me in a group of people from a political party, a MPP, na omo bon tokwa de uro. Say even Poro say a police for no amboa, another a police for no anko mumwa, or Mwakasabede, a beboa moho. Me pacho oboa and Wakwede. A Tokwa de Equaco. A Adjuni and the Equacotre. Adjunus Equacho in here who Boabia.
Biabasaba Sabesi Ewaha. The police for one by some so baby, some by some boy who buying into Moha, and J. Someone so Mabana. My boy who by now about one so across to Yamboa Echina. The president NDC. And then a very better say young people so NDC and Uncle one and can put on so Koswa. Bia Koso fire their my own say most no Yamu who had say skirt and blouse in our times no Koswa. Skirt and blouse and ma input on so and Kosubebre, our constituency in the moon.
Yamu Modini go to Obama lawyer number 2. And then never boy. The entire mechanic say, see, I see a 2 Obama John Mahama, that's what Baba Dio Mampini or Ghana. Akwatia constituency yentu na metu na do mama nya fam puntu emle enye obi sika ne yehwe omo di sika ne ba ye betuma agi ba ye mo mpa ese nkotomo na metu do mama no fam to mle Akwatia constituency na Ghana mpenifo atwomani abehwa Akwatia constituency yen fa gidie to na mo ma do mama
asem no mo ka treze ye nto skirt and blouse ne gina so to ye ne eni omo sanda no ma no asan ka treze asomadu aban nye de eni so etisi atoma na ontumi nya hwe anya no kre ya fe adwen dada de omo ka treze ye no esan ka treze MP no ekọ wanchi a enye ye ma MP ne nka Akwatia no se ne ne de nyakopo ado yi ni pe owo bodu ya no se that's ye beto ama na some more sanka trese yen 20 na one ne asomadu na this for mo san be ka trese yen 20 asomadu a ne entiase mo no ma ka trese ye ma mpini nka bodu akromu a na ne nyakopo do firi bodu akromu na ye beto atiaro eti yen 20 no
pese owo wi ni efisi owo wo bi aduma ma me kun etimi koba ma me nyam ne me ma enya bidi ntimi de o chan de owo ne na me koto ama no.
Hello there, good afternoon, and welcome to our continuous coverage of the by-election underway in Akwatia. Polls opened at 7 a.m. Polls have been going on generally. What we have been getting so far is that the voter turnout is not so impressive. Many people are attributing it to various reasons. Some attribute it to the heavy presence of the police, among many others. We've seen some skirmishes here and there as well. But totally, 119 polling stations, over 52,000 voters expected to turn out today to cast their ballots. My name is Nadidi Tetiza, continuous coverage of the by-election in Akwatia, and I'm doing this together with...
Well, Tutu are done. So, as Na rightly said, the poll started at exactly 7 a.m. Voting has been ongoing, and voter turnout has been quite low. As you rightly said, it's been attributed to a number of reasons. One of them would be the fact that there's the heavy security presence. Also, with the fact that it's a farming community largely. I mean, some of the polling stations are around farming communities, and so people have chosen to go to the farms, you know, instead of voting, and they would come and vote later. We heard from some of the constituents who say that, well, usually voting there starts quite late, and so we're hoping that it's just about 12:48, probably by 3 p.m. would have seen some improvement. But so far, so good. A few skirmishes, we'll talk about it. We also have a pollster in the studio, Musa Dankwa. He's been bringing out all the polls. He's been upsetting people with the polls. Others are equally very happy. But we'll definitely delve into all of that right here on our continuous coverage of the Akwatia by-election. My name again is Tutua Danso.
Fantastic. And Musa Dankwa, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Good to have you. And you came in with your projections going into the polls, placing the governing NDC in pole position to win this particular election. But so far, what are your thoughts on how things have gone with this particular contest?
So far, so good in terms of general security and then peaceful nature of the elections, with the exception of some scuffles earlier on. Besides that, I think generally things are going well. And the turnout is, as always, lower turnout we expect in by-elections. By 3 o'clock, we'll see the turnout. But I think as at 11 or so, I heard the EC was saying 20%. So let's see how the numbers pan out going forward by late afternoon. I'm just praying that the turnouts goes a bit higher, 50%, 45, 50, we'll manage like that.
Okay. But usually, many of the analysts talk about the dynamics that come to play when there is a low voter turnout, as to who it favors and who it doesn't favor. Usually, we're told that if it is a low voter turnout, the governing party should be concerned. Does it apply in this situation?
You have to look at whether it's a general election or kind of by-election.
Like we have in this situation.
Right. If the turnout is lower in a by-election in a place where the government is deemed to be the stronghold of the government, then you have a problem. If it's a by-election and the turnout by-election but in the stronghold of the opposition candidate, then the opposition will be in trouble. So it's not like a blanket
Now, what we have to look here in the case of Akwatia is a swing. Okay. If it's a swing, they must be looking at the turnout in the areas that is pro-government and pro-the opposition, and see the specific turnout in those areas. That could give you a bit of sign of what is coming. Right. Not necessarily a blanket lower turnout, but generally it affects everybody when there's lower turnout, yes.
Okay, and let's center on your polls and look at the two candidates. At least the polls you released a few days ago point directly to the NDC, polling some 53% from the sample you took and some 47% for the opposition New Patriotic Party. What are the strengths of these two candidates? Let's start with the NDC's Beidou.
The NDC's Beidou strength is probably in the area of his caliber of candidate.
Okay.
As a lawyer, and also someone from the constituency, compared to, okay, that's one of his strengths. Another strength he has is the preference of people who say development is their big issue. They tend to tilt towards him.
Okay.
And he also has his party that is in government behind him. And I don't know how they were able to market him in this context of being the government in power and what that means to the people of Akwatia. That largely is his strength. And also the fact that the constituency is somehow elite constituency. When I say elite, it is dominated by people with senior, high, and tertiary level qualification, who tend to favor the NDC somehow. So those would be things that may count on his favor. But the question is, who is going to turn up on the day of the election? Remember, opinion polls are opinion. Okay. They're not the actual votes that are going to be counted. So if you say you vote for A and B and you don't show up, it doesn't count in the counting of the vote. The real poll is today. So turnout is very important, and who turns up. If people are saying, we'll come and vote for you, and they don't show up, that is opinion poll. This is the actual date. This is when the elections are lost or won.
Okay, you are going to talk about the strength of the NPP's candidate.
Now, when you look at the NPP's candidate, it's a businessman. If you heard from one of the people that was talking over the screen, on the screen, said that he has a company, he's employed people.
The woman company.
QuickBooks gives me the superpower to automate my invoices, track expenses, and get paid fast, so I can get back to what I love. Get more done.
That's one strength that he has. Another strength that he has is that he has an opposition party that is looking to galvanize his base behind him. And you've seen a bit of people, big guns going there to support him. It's a strength. And then also, if sympathy counts, we expect him to benefit from sympathy of the deceased MP, if it's significant. But we've seen that it's not very significant. But regardless, in such a close election, every vote counts. So he may get the sympathy vote as well. And also, there has been a bit of downward trend towards the approval of the president in the Akwatia constituency. And also, people who perceive the country is headed in the right direction. That number has declined. Okay. Normally, when that declines, it tends to favor the opposition candidate.
Right.
So in the last 4 weeks, we've seen that number decline. And if he is to capitalize on that, he could be able to have an inroad in today's election. The issue is about turnout and who turns out to vote.
Okay. As a pollster, are you worried as to whether your polls will come through otherwise?
Oh, look. No pollster will be 100% correct in everything they do. Even if I don't get it correct, my polls would have guided certain people as to how to respond. Remember, polls are polls. When used effectively, it could turn a race that was meant to be a losing race into a winning race. Right? So that is the purpose of opinion poll. Point out the areas where your candidate is weak, and if you can go there and mop up some support, that could help you turn the race. Remember, the gap in the poll was not quite big, it was 6%. And the same 6% was what Kumi won the last election. So in the poll, we were seeing NDC flipping the race. But look, 6% is not huge. And if somebody is able to turn out his base to come out heavily in favor of his candidate, it could turn it upside down. So it is not about the overall outcome, what happened, but how the poll panned out and what information did the poll give out that became useful for those who used it.
So you're not worried at all?
No. I could get it wrong. That's fine. Okay. It is no big deal. I mean, there are big posters who have gotten things wrong, but they haven't died. And they have not been slaughtered. Okay. But I know me, I'll be slaughtered.
It's just an opinion.
It's an opinion. And you see, opinions are opinions. They're not actual vote count.
Right.
If they say they'll vote for Mr. A and they didn't show up, don't expect that to be a real election outcome.
Okay.
Yeah. So turnout is always the case. That's why in the US, what you have is that you have people who are local, that they go door to door to knock at the doors of people who they know their party sympathizers to come out and vote when there's turnout, lower turnout. Who is doing that? It's MBBs, I don't know. And that could count as well. In the last minute of the dying hours,
something could change.
Yes.
You know, I asked that because I've seen, you know, someone like Oliver Bakaboma will say that if this comes true, he would really
be afraid of
you. You
no,
could probably be matched to a wizard. Perhaps.
No, you see, anybody who uses science in his work and thorough in their methodology and thoughtful and have the tool to look at the data in a very critical way, you always, most of them get it right.
Okay.
But there will be 1 or 2 times that you will get it wrong, because there are people who really want to get it wrong. And they will go heaven and hell to mobilize their people, galvanize them, push them to come and vote. And that could turn the race upside down. But at least we've shown them where the race was a week ago, which is an opportunity for them to look at the data and say, what can we do? For all you know, if MPP wins, it could be because of my data. And hurrah!
Well, I can agree to that, because the number of times that we've engaged some of them, they say that, well, he's made his predictions, but we are not going to throw that entirely away. We'll use that to help us with the election. But what I want to find out is, in the earlier polls that you released about this by-election, it puts Owo in the lead.
Yes.
A few weeks afterwards, we see Beidou in the lead. What were the factors that contributed to that?
You know, when we took the first poll, Beidou wasn't the candidate yet. So it was an hypothetical race between Beidou and Esumedu, alongside 2 other candidates. Fast forward till the last poll, both candidates have been on the campaign trail engaging voters and kind of interacting with them. During that time, people begin to assess each of the candidates very critically. Now we are certain it is Beidou and are going against Esumedu. So what are the pros and cons of Beidou and Esumedu? Who do you think can give us the best that we need in this constituency? Do we want to reward the MP who has died by electing another person from his party?
Sympathy votes.
Exactly. So all those things come to play.
Okay.
But you have to look at the people who are saying developmental issues. If that issue dominates very, very strongly, you could have a situation where those people may tilt towards, not all of them, may tilt towards Beidou, the NDC.
Okay.
It's a question of proportion. Which proportion of respondents say that developmental issues are key and the rest on other matters? Then you have people who say Galamsey. Is Galamsey a positive issue there or negative issue? Those who are saying Galamsey, who are they voting for? So you have to look at those issues one by one and see where the votes are going. But overall, I believe that it was going to be a very close contest. Akwatia has always been very close. But I will not be the first to get something wrong.
Why? Is it... Is it as if you don't have confidence in the polls anymore? I mean, the way you're speaking.
No, not that. No, look. It was much difficult to get Dominic Kobina right.
Okay. As compared to Akwatia.
Right. So, because in Dominic Kobina...
That is a stronghold.
Yes, stronghold. And in Dominic Kobina, the gap was 28,000 or so. And we said it was going to fall. In Akwatia, the gap is 2,100.
Right.
But it's still going to be a close contest because it's a very swing. And there are issues and dynamics that are playing out that may not be clear-cut. But for now, until I see the results, I mean, look, it is, I believe that I did scientific work. And the scientific work should give you a scientific result. It's not a voodoo kind of work that we did. But it shouldn't surprise you because opinions are opinions. Remember, it's not actual vote. If the NDC guy decides to stay at home, so be it. Then the other party wins. So it is not a voodoo thing.
Okay. You know, you talked about it going to be close. Akwatia has always been close. I think the candidate that has been able to stretch it the most is Amase.
In
when it's over 5,000. And why is it constantly so close? What is it? Are they like your usual, are they like the Lejekuku and, some other constituencies where they flip every single election more like it?
I think the crucial denominator there is the candidate and where it comes from.
Right.
If you're able to present an account candidate for both parties, the race get closer.
Okay.
Yes, the race get closer. So that because the accounts will split the vote, and then you have the other minority playing the role. But once you have a minority ethnic group leading on one ticket, then the accounts decide squarely for where they want to go. So the candidate is very important and where they come from.
Okay. So let's stay a little bit on the dynamics with regard to whether it's an account candidate or what is the in terms of the distribution, like in the Akwatia area?
No, you have the largest electoral area being Wenchi, New Wenchi.
Mm-hmm.
That's where Kumi comes from.
Yeah.
Then you have Akwatia put together. It's another big place. And Bodia too, it's another big place. And then you have Apinaman, another big place. Those are the big areas in the constituency. In the current race, somebody comes from Bodia. But the NDC candidate comes from Takrasi.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's one of the big areas, it's not the biggest.
Okay.
So where you come from, how much vote you can garner from those areas also play a crucial role. Now, if somebody wins today, it means he may have done very well in Wenchi and other big areas where MPP has dominance.
Okay, I see. That's very interesting. And at least, let's put the poll aside for a moment and look at some of the skirmishes that we have seen in this contest. The police certainly wants to make a certain statement because of what happened in Ablekuma North in that rerun. We saw the chaos and everything. And so this time around, the police says we are going to be visibly present and in charge. Despite that, we have seen some skirmishes, coming from Chairman Azoka and then another vice of the New Patriotic Party. I mean, what are your thoughts on this scuffle we saw over there?
I mean, these are needless scuffles. And these, I don't know, but with the exception of the MPP person, who is the party official national level,
yes,
who I think can be there, but Azoka, I mean, I don't know.
He's also a national officer.
Right. He's national officer?
Yeah. He's a vice chairman of the NDC.
I see.
One of the vice chairmen.
Okay. So I think it is unwarranted for that level of personalities to get involved in that kind of scuffle. You expect this to happen with the lower level officials, but not at that level. I think we should be able to uphold ourselves very well and hold our democracy in high esteem. And we should avoid some of these unnecessary scuffles that we tend to create around by-elections. It's quite unfortunate.
And is it such a big deal? Akwatia is not changing anything much in Parliament.
No.
NDC already has a 184, and NPP has 87 as of now by the loss of NS Kumi. Why the fuss?
It's just a bravado kind of bragging right.
Bragging right.
Yeah, bragging right. Nothing more than that. NDC wants to say that we've poked them in the nose, and NPP said, we are also mobilizing. We are galvanizing. Our guys are not demoralized. We are up and ready for fight. So once that is the case, and MPP will do everything to try and win the seat, no doubt about it. They will try everything to win it. And NDC will do everything also to win the seat. Look at the people who went there to campaign. Mm-hmm. Chief of Staff was there, General Mosquito is there, everybody was there. It means they didn't take it kindly at all. So they wanted to win it. So we'll see what happens at the end of the day.
Is this not a mini referendum on the president?
No.
Or the NDC administration since
No.
they took office?
No.
Not at all?
It's not, no. It's not.
It doesn't give an indication as to whether people are happy or
absolutely
otherwise?
not. No.
Not at all?
No.
Because that's the argument of the other side.
No. I've seen the numbers, quite good numbers. I've seen several numbers. That's
no,
not.
it's quite emphatic.
No, I mean, it is not. Yes, it is not.
It will not give us an idea, like a litmus test.
No, not at all. Not at all. I think we should pay attention to the tracking polls. It tells you where the country is looking at, or where, the country is looking at. And in the October poll that is going to come, we'll start the head-to-head, which means the likely potential frontrunners for NDC will be pitched against frontrunners for MPP. And you can see where the country is thinking.
You're still watching GH1 television. We are bringing you our continuous coverage of the Akwatia by-election. We have our men on the ground as and when.
Which gun for Call of Duty, you feel say, Charlie, you know they need, me then delete themselves. You know, be the grenade, when they come on a grenade for inside. Might be the one they hold grenade for your body. You dey Ghana, yeah? You dey play Call of Duty. Where you want buy some Call of Duty points? Where make you go? Carry first.
It's not like the situation where we had 137 parliamentarians in the House. But now let's quickly cross over to the Akwatia constituency, where our colleagues on the ground are having a conversation with the mayor of Accra.
By the grace of God, we are winning. Whether 57, 58, 59, what I know is we are winning.
Okay, but truly, do you agree with those who say that you have enough numbers in Parliament and you shouldn't have contested? You should have solidarized with your opponents in the MPP and allow them to have the seat.
My brother, you see, this seat is not for NDC, it's not for MPP, right? It's a seat that Baba Jamal used to hold, and by chance it went to MPP. So are they with fear here? So we just want to bring him back home.
But they said they are not contesting the Tamale Central election because they believe that Mutala has contributed to the development of the nation, given his time as a student leader till he became an appointee at the YEA and then became a deputy minister, became a minister. So they believe that they must give or honor his memory by recusing themselves from the contest. They say you could have done same for NSC Hukumi.
You know, I don't think it's the same thing. If you watch Muntala, the work he has done for, the contribution he has done for Mother Ghana, it's huge. This is a fresh election that they went to. The guy has not, this is the first time a guy is going to Parliament, right? So the guy has not done nothing. You see, they have a very bad roads. There's no development here. And if good people of Akwatia wants to make sure that they have a change, and as we said, if your mother is in the kitchen, you will not be hungry. So Akwatia, their mother, our candidate, the lawyer, the mother is in the kitchen. So they have to push him to get the kitchen and bring development home.
But if an orphan comes knocking on your door for support, wouldn't you give?
Okay, let me make this thing clear. If my child wants something and your child wants something, who will I give first?
Wouldn't you rather give the orphan who doesn't have and then later take care of your child? Wouldn't you do that?
I'm asking you something. If my child wants something and your child wants something, it's possibility that you give your child first, because you see, if your house there's no money there's no food in your house, you can't give food outside.
You're supposed to develop every constituency regardless of whoever is in power. Is that not the case?
Yes. But you can see that Mama is a father for all. You understand? As I speak to you now, some of the workers are still at posts, which we have not sacked them. There are a lot of people in offices that previous government brought them in. We have not sacked anybody. So saying that once it's an orphan, we are not chasing any orphan away. What we are saying that we want a good people of Akwatia should vote for someone who can bring more development into the area.
But they say they are candidates, even though he was not a full-time politician, has done so. The youth are saying that he has supported them. And lawyer Beidu, who is your candidate, was his lawyer. And they say that Asumedu stands a better chance of giving them what they need or what they are yearning for, more than what your candidate would offer them, even though his party is in office.
Okay, you know, let me be very brief. You see the journalist standing here right now. If I joke, you give me problem. I don't want to say anything anymore. What I want to say is that the good people of Akwatia should vote for the NDC candidate, the lawyer, for God to bless them. God bless you or God bless Ghana.
Okay, Honorable, we are in your jurisdiction. When I say your jurisdiction, I mean the EIB network. But let's talk about Accra. You are leading. There's a lot of challenges in your jurisdiction. There's a conversation ongoing about Akwaba and Obake. And some people have started visiting the markets, which is in your jurisdiction as well. Campaigning for the change from Akwaba to Obake. as a guy indigene yourself, what do you have to say about this?
You know something? The TikTok people are waiting for me to say something. But you see, let whatever comes, let God decide. But if God says we are going to change the name to Obake or Akwaba or Wezo, it's God's decision. I don't want to say anything because I'm a mayor for everybody. I'm not mayor for only NDC. So the mayor receives everybody. But I'm a Ghan. So if you ask me, I prefer a Ghan. You understand? Because I don't think you go to...
so you prefer the name to be changed?
I prefer. It's quite okay to be. If it change, fine. If it doesn't change, nobody's going to fight for it.
Okay. So would you erect some signages in the market, for example, Makwala, and say Obake to Makwala, or Obake to the AMA?
Oh, as for AMA, everybody knows that AMA has 2 languages that we speak there, Ga and English. So because AMA is Ga. So as for AMA, Obake is there already.
So what about Makwala? Like I said, would you consider doing something like that that would welcome people to the markets where necessary?
Let's pray. You'll see something soon.
Okay. Mayor of Accra, Kwako Alote has been engaging us. He says that the Obake thing that has been ongoing on social media, if it comes, why not? He would prefer that. That's what he's saying. But again, he's saying that he's mayor for everybody. So quite a number of them still coming in. Earlier, I was engaging the member of parliament for the Ablekuma South constituency, who was also here monitoring what has been transpiring so far. Still, we have quite a number of voters coming. The numbers, Joshua, is quite low, I must say, and stakeholders believe that, especially the election observers who have been here, say that this could, affect the outcome, especially as the Global Info Analytics predicted that there's going to be a 53% win for Lawyer Baidu of the NDC. But it appears that concerns are rife about the fact that may not materialize given the number of people who have turned out to vote. But like we engage quite a number of them, they say some of them are at work. And as indicated earlier, majority of the people here are farmers, and they are on their way back from the farm to exercise their franchise. Earlier, the weather was quite down, but it appears it is a bit warm as we experienced earlier in the morning. So, Joshua, this is our engagement, continuous engagement with the stakeholders who are trooping in here to monitor the activities here. IGP was here, and he has continued his rounds to ensure that his men are up to the task of providing security as the polls continue. Back to you, Joshua, in studios.
Thank you so much, Abdul Hanan Adam. Clearly, I'm not Joshua. My name is Nadi Ditete, and I'm doing this together with Tutu Adan. So, and special thanks to Joshua and Lily, who held the fort earlier before we came in. But we'll go for a short break. When we return, there's more to talk about here on GH1 Television and Star 103.5 FM as we bring you our continuous coverage of the by-election in Akwatia in the Eastern region.
MPP, as we are speaking, Omoni leaders. Dr. Mahmoud Baomi and pray we all by Bejina say Antonio Swaba or MPP or Berry, but ono de onim so Berry. Donya Mess of Dr. Mahmoud Baomi, ni Omo Prime Minister Noah, make high politics. I could tell by election there. See, I 2 years.
Not 2 years.
See, I 2 years.
There be now so be a co-uni candidate. I think you call election and Kasa.
Sabe Kafrao. Me papa yo hene. Eti akonwa so.
Ono menye musitu.
Me say, fa hone enye seat me say banto bakra akonwa to form. NDC beji akonwa no.
Back by now, this song catching the trend. We are separating the boys from the men. My name is D-Cram, 6-star General. DEVINE Media Ghana. Keep it locked right here. Oko baby cram at Tolampo.
Abusia ya mobi bi akwa ba somebody DEVINE Media Ghana. Wonim say ebere abre nyina no. Aya ensem a ekoso ewo ye man mu. E na ye ba na ye ne impenimfo akukudam ehia na ye ne omotwetwe nkomo. Ya papa Ekwa Mills or NDC communication team member ewo Ashanti region. Yedin kan na twetwe nkomo bebere na wanya videos ni bi ahwe menim say wasua ade bebere na afrim enne enso ya sen aba ne nchen bi mu aye ba besua ade na ya beje na adwenkyere obeka ya ebre bi abetwem ko ene ne betwetwe nkomo e ma ne kan ensem bi efa Akwatia by election e ba bekoso na anim say sam ready aka akra bi na ebre na dru enti ena so ya ba yene ne ba betwetwe nkomo ne ya bisa ne say eden kra na sisi ano o ma homboa na o ka no akwa kosi sen eden yen hwe anim emfiri Akwatia by election ni mu menko ba bi a mitwa me ho aba sisi a me ba yede nkomo twetwe ne be hye so. Papa kwa anope ye mo akwa ba
ye do
na megidi se wo mpombo ye boko
o da me adom me ho ye pa
da me ase we de ye nkomo dada ya ebisa Akwatia by election no e kamia ye se eduru ho awie na NPP na B me ye sure se woni mu no o se omo NPP o ma twe omo ho afiri Tamale Central by election e be koso ho na omo nkobi mu general secretary de hon response aba sa asem no edikan yeni kan te no mfiri ho ansan ya ba hombo amaye edi kuhia Akwatia by election wo so mi sei
me na me da se na o se yeni abe man na bi ani MPP for na nkasa no on one way or the other no broni beka se o ma ye confused. Yes, am I confused?
I want to down.
Oh, how are almost see at to Tom Noma? So, Basha, I will say MPP, as we are speaking, Omoni leaders.
NPP leaders. Send the same
MPP leaders because it is very difficult for MPP as a political party to take a crucial decision. I will say, only leader. And as I know, man, a TICC. Saka MPP for our leaders are competent, credible, intelligent. Your situation be or fine. The woman say Monko. So I say, and I say a woman say a one any seat, a NDC for a seat. But move to me, I try my best. But I say, at least, more candidate to be ready. A big general, not so as on a whole day. But what did I be general? But say, Copase, all of a sudden, much you 10, ever catch say, Tamale Central, then the Nya damn ready, Mobacodia. That means one, say, you and a woman more. Nay, say, Mono Moon Nimdia Moye, we are say as a political party. And I made a catch say. And the Ben they see this is even no muteki approach bang and a buy in tia. And ma on the catcher Ghana for say, elections no omo yede omonko.
Sir, almost say in honor of a sitting NPR, Okunya Quenchia.
Me pacho. Moderna sitting NPR no Okunya Quenchia. Yen compare me pacho mia me this year no. E Johnny Simeni mo amedi. Unwa okra no unnim ni baby a. O say Johnny no unni. Umo wudi abobo okra che me this year. What be that?
I know the minti be that.
Enti minu a me this year me MP atiato owuya ya etisa me say me ko na seat na e ho no ma sanso da de e sanso da ba be camera she be dwa no wonu a wo this year nwuye no de wo se da bi e ho no kwa na me nko that means e ye hun na wo mu so da be che no e ye hun na wo mu se nye hun susu dia na that means my leaders no decision on take here no a bogus decision na can say on come take that decision at that moment say be kafra Akwatia by election no mo kwa no mo de she na ewu
omo de she
nti say wo de she ewu na wo say no no kwa akopre ho akonwa na so bi so de she ewu na wo say obi de she na wewu no de and the other me kopre na mo me de she na wewu no de me pere ho akonwa no de that means your thinking no psychology no more problem. So that I say psychologically, no. I see you be say your question say, why not can say withdraw from Akwatia by election? Why not say withdraw from a friend say Tamale Central? But Akwatia then I am one moderation there. Most of them makura mobile na mudaji da seat no. Na me bacho bi a yeshe ne me am yebo homa.
Looking like.
I mean, if you look at the key issues for voters in Akwatia so far, about 51% of them are saying that developmental project is what is driving how they vote.
How they vote, okay. And these are people who are done voting and they
who
are
are
asked,
done voting,
who
yes.
did you vote for and why?
Yes. So we are saying 51% for people who say developmental project is key for them. And when it comes to those who say economy, it's only 14% who say economy. And education is about 11%, jobs about 8%, Galamsey's 5%, sympathy vote 5%, voting for my party 4%, popularity of the candidate 1%, and healthcare 1%. So these are the initial exit poll that is coming from Akwatia.
Very interesting numbers you're seeing there. And you know, one thing that surprises me is with the drop in the Galamsey numbers, because the earlier poll you conducted, it was about 8%. Now we are seeing 5%. And prior to today, we had gone out to speak to the constituents. Some of them clearly said that, hey, I don't care about Galamsey issues so far as it's feeding me and my family. So it's very surprising to see that it has actually been a decline in, you know, the Galamsey statistics from the exit poll. But generally, how are the numbers looking like for both parties per your exit poll?
No,
generally,
exit polls, we don't disclose some of these data except for key issues that are informing people's choices.
Is it a possibility of it swaying?
We don't. No, let's go back. Where the 51% is, it's highly unlikely it will drop significantly by the time the polls close. So we expect.
I mean, sorry, despite the fact that we've had about low voter turnout so far,
the proportion will not change. The proportion of percentages, they will not change.
Okay.
Even if you are bringing 10 people to vote, the proportion will be the same if you are doing 20 people. So normally it doesn't change that much.
Now, a quick one with regard to the numbers, and we'll go to Ijabin in a bit. Sympathy votes is just 5%. I recall you indicated there will not be such a
yes, and it is confirming in this exit poll that it's still not significant. It means people are looking at issues rather than sympathy votes, and I believe sympathy is not what is driving what they are doing at Akwatia right now.
It's more about development.
No, the development could be, look, they want development, but does it mean that they're always going to vote for your candidate? So there are people who say, want development, but I'm not going to vote for your candidate.
Yeah.
So there are those who believe that Esmedu can bring development. And ask what that development is. No, you can have various angles of development.
Of course.
Personal development, community development, they are all development. So ask the angle you go.
I see.
And so out of the 51% that we have in general, 51% for development. Is there a disaggregation with regard to what is going to who?
No, if you do that, then you are giving a cut away.
Okay.
So
I'm also putting out the very same information that we are putting.
You don't do that.
Well, that's perfectly understandable. So, like I did say, we'll be going to Emmanuel Ejabing shortly to give us the numbers with regard to what is happening in Akwatia. We do know that we have, 119 polling stations and over 52,000 people expected to vote.
But on the face value, when do you think this will end? I'm asking this because in the Ablekuma North rerun, 19 polling stations, results were declared after 7 p.m.
Yes. You know, I think it's because of the timing where we officially closed the polls. And so I think there was a time where the Electoral Commission was proposing shifting the time forward to 4 p.m., but there was a lot of pushback because there are people who have to run errands and they can only probably be available around that 4 p.m. and go ahead to vote. So we've been seeing instances where people finish voting very early, but would have to wait till the official closing of polls, after which then the counting, the sorting will begin and then the counting will go on. So hopefully there are no skirmishes. So that doesn't,
no more
skirmishes. It doesn't unnecessarily prolong, because this is quite a straightforward thing. And it's a swing constituency. It's either going the NPP's way or the NDC's way. So we really hope that there are no bottlenecks some way, somehow, as a result in dealing with this particular issue. But now Emmanuel Ejabing is ready to bring us the numbers when it comes to Akwatia. We've touched a little bit on some of them, scratched the surface minimally in terms of it being a swing region, a swing constituency, I beg your pardon. Emmanuel, what are things looking like when you're looking at it?
Akwatia, I know for persons who've been wondering, for the 2024 elections, the numbers that we used in the area, although hasn't changed, the polling station structure has now changed. So for the coding of the EC system, there is an SPS that is meant for special voting. So that particular SPS, that's a special voting center at then the Akwatia police station, is now scrapped off. So that 156 persons who participated in that particular special voting exercise are no longer, there is no special voting exercise, so they are no longer there. There's no polling station like the SPS for Akwatia polling station. The 156 have been redistributed back into the original numbers, and that's how come we have 119 and still maintaining that 21 electoral areas. We are looking at some 52,328 persons we are expecting to vote today. Will it be that would see an over 70% voter turnout today? Who knows? But we'll see as the day unfolds. Already we are seeing some very, very, very poor figures. But if you follow the Ablekuma North rerun, it is not quite surprising, because in Ablekuma North as well, we saw very, very, very low voter turnout. But of course, when we get into the data, we understand what exactly is at play in this particular by-election in the Akwatia constituency. Now, Akwatia 52,000, it ranks 178 nationally, 15th in the eastern region. We have over 26,000 females, over 26,000 males, 26,024 for males, 26,264 for females. But here's where it gets interesting. It's largely dominated by persons who are within the youth definition. So you have persons between...
At Gaddis Reflection Limited, beauty meets confidence. We bring you the very best in cosmetics and skincare, with trusted brands designed for your everyday glow. For hair that shines with strength and beauty, choose Herlax and Silis. And for radiance...
Voter statistics are persons between the age bracket of 22 to 29. So you'd find that in that particular age bracket, we have over 12,000 persons there. 12,000 persons there. And then you see, as it declines, you have the next bracket, being those in the 30 to 39, actually getting to 11,000. It declines further, 40 to 49, it declines 50 to 59, getting the 7,354. And I'm happy that we have Musa Dankwa here, because it seemingly suggests why we are seeing the kind of issues they are demanding as voters in the constituency, to see what is exactly influencing their decision to vote in the by-election. So if you look at the very first poll that was conducted by the Global Info Analytics, the indicators that we can see, the key issues, this poll was conducted, the baseline poll was conducted on the 5th of August 2025. Now, if you look at the key issues that they were looking at, 57.1% of the sample size of 2,087 were looking at development projects. The next that came was the cost of living. The next following through was quality education. Now, if you pay attention to the numbers that came before this, you would understand why these very four things were quite critical for them. Because you see people who are between 22 to 60. They are persons who are within the working age. So, of course, if they are living in an area, they are looking at projects that would lead to a boost in their pockets, cost of living. And so they are looking at, if I'm to begin a family, if I'm to have a child, if I'm a young person within that particular age bracket, what hope is there for my future? So education comes to play. But in a country where we have unemployment being a critical issue, the next thing that you see people concerned about is, of course, the menace of illegal mining. And so the data seem to suggest that particular trend we are seeing in that particular poll conducted in August, the 5th of August, with 2,087 sample size. Now, if you're looking at the results of the initial poll conducted by the Global Info Analytics, we are seeing 49.7% going to Solomon Asumedu, and then 43.8% coming to Bernard Baidu. Now, we'll get to the details of what exactly led to this particular figure, and I'm happy that we have Musa Dankwa here. We will explain why we saw this and then the final poll, what it seems to suggest. But let's cross over now to Akwatia, because Ibrahim Al-Hassan has got some details happening.
The Wenchi community, which is a stronghold for the New Patriotic Party. I can see a spot here. And there are people here who are making merry and they are happy. I want to find out from them why they are not voting. Morning, sir. Who are live on GH1 TV? What today? What today? And about habit you any? Okay, but you see Nipa Bibri and Tuabano. Are they?
Yahano about one. Yantunantem. Bobe 11 to 12 now. And Abanamu Bessie. And the other woman or corner runs, Akwatia runs beyond about Tuntabani.
Now, honey, winning.
Oh, number one.
All right, so he has already voted, but he says that this is typical of the Wenchi community, where individuals go about their day-to-day activities and later convert to come and vote. Who are live on GH1 TV? Omisi abano mo metu obi ametu. Ade watu aba?
Mato. Mato.
Okay, tutu ye na betu eni.
Mpata.
Na utwe ma nkunumdie ma.
Tabi nkunumdie ne ye de awie.
Okay. Wana di nkunum no.
Eyo wo asumadu. Papa bi on side da. Onu anako na mawan. Ye de awie.
Start ji weni.
Meji mania.
Ankoye.
Bekoye. Bekoye pa.
Otidie pass.
Well, Ibrahim Al-Hassan engaging residents there in the Akwatia constituency. What we are seeing is quite a narrative suggesting some people are voting, others are not voting. There seems to be some reluctance there. You're not certain as to why this is happening. But if you look at data, Akwatia is a constituency where they've never seen a voter turnout below 50 before. The lowest they've ever had was in 2000, where they did some 68%. Musa Dankwa is with me here in studio, and he has already been engaging Nadede and Tutua. But let me find out from him briefly what exactly we are seeing and dealing with over here. I mean, for the Ablekuma North rerun, the circumstances around it was quite different. But for this particular one, what exactly are we dealing with that is leading to the numbers we are seeing?
You know, in the initial poll, NDC had no candidate officially outdoors. It was an hypothetical race between the NDC's three options and then the MPP Asumedu. But post that baseline survey, then you have NDC having a candidate whom they rally behind. Then the race became very clear as to who is contesting who. Then again, you have people embarking on the ground campaign, and were able to communicate to the various demographic of voters to hear what they can do. I think at that point, we begin to see a bit of movement in the polling numbers away from Asumedu to Baidu, especially when the constituents are largely people with a tertiary level education and senior level education. And the numbers at the time was showing that most people who are in this category are voting for Asumedu, are voting for Baidu, compared to those with junior high and then no education. And remember, the junior high and no education are the minority in Akwatia according to the poll. So that may have driven the number for Esumadu, for Bedu to go a bit high. And then again, one important thing is that in the second poll, we saw a dramatic drop in the support for Esumadu in Wenchi. And that really accounted for the lead that the NDC had.
The very place where people are jubilating and
the
predicting
very
that
it's a very important
Okay.
place for MPP. Now, if Esumadu is able to recover in that constituency, in that polling station today, then I think he can do very well. It all depends on how he performs in Wenchi, critically Wenchi.
Now, if you look at the Wenchi figures, dropping from some over 70% and coming
To 49. It was quite dramatic, yes.
Do we know what's accounting for this?
Now, there is a bit of things that people are not telling you officially, but there is a bit of unease as to the level of support they thought Esumadu gave Kumi when he was fighting his election in 2024. So that may have some people a bit of aggrieved. But from what we are seeing in the poll, I think the recovery may be on the way. But there are still those who are not happy with him and they are voting the other way.
So this is what, more personal?
Yes, personal.
Right.
We'll come to this particular statistics quite shortly, but let's cross over back to Akwatia because Ibrahim Al-Hassan has been engaged in the former national chair for the ruling NDC, that's in the person of Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo. Let's cross over and have that particular interview now.
At all. What has been observations so far? You're live on GH1 TV.
Well, so far I think that everything is going on well. I like the proactiveness of the security agencies. The police have deployed very massively, and I believe that they are on top of the issues. So far, we haven't had any hiccup anywhere that we have got. It is the Wenchi here that you can feel some tension in the air, but I believe that the security agencies will be on top of the issue. At the end of the day, there will be peaceful election, and then the results will be announced, and whoever wins will win. But for now, we are satisfied with the arrangements.
We are told this is the strongest hold of your opponent. How are things looking? You talk about tension, but aside the tension, how are things looking for you?
Well, you cannot determine what is going into the ballot box. I have made some observations, which I'm happy about, but I will not say anything about it.
Let's talk about turnout.
Well, turnout has generally been low. I think that averagely is about 50% turnout, which under normal circumstances in by-elections is a normal thing.
Thank you very much, Honorable Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo. Let's go to the executives, and I'm talking about officials of the EC, and then find out from them how the figures are looking like. Okay, so let me go to the presiding officer. Yes, presiding officer. This is okay. Introduce yourself. You're live on GH1 TV.
I'm Mark Akun.
Okay, how are the figures looking like?
Oh, encouraging. As at now, out of 394.
A lot of happening and actions live in the Akwatia constituency. Right from IB, we head into Abdul Hanan Adam as well, who is also engaging persons there to bring us up to speed on the latest developments.
One-time national Nasara coordinator aspirant Alaji Alidu Suraj, who is also here providing some assistance to the acting national chairman who has been visiting some of the constituents. So here he's at the Lorry Park around the Buduya High Street, monitoring what is happening. So briefly, we'll be engaging him as to how he's been monitoring the election so far and what has been transferred. Chairman Poten, you're live on GH1 Television and Star FM. Chairman, tell us, how has the monitoring been like for you as a party? We know you are the acting national chairman of the party.
So far, so good. I have been to so many polling stations, and I think that it's good.
So, since morning, we know of the low turnout. We understand that some people are at work, but it's past 1 p.m. and still the turnout is low. We've been to the Presby, we've been to Roman Catholic, we've been to Kusi and the likes, and still the turnout is low. Is this a major concern for you as a party?
Me, I would never say that it's low, because I've been to by-elections so many times, and for what I've seen now, the turnout is good.
Okay, so what are your chances given, some of these issues that have come up?
Oh, we are going to win. I'm telling you, we are going to win. Let's see 5 o'clock. After 5 o'clock, you see that, yes. What I'm saying will come true, will come to pass.
There was some altercation between one of your vice chairmen and that of the NDC. We understand that he has gone to report to the police. As a party, has this come to your notice as the leader of the party?
I spoke to him a while ago. It's not good. See, we are all, we are all friends, we are brothers from Accra to this place. Why this place? Why do you attack your fellow, executive member? It's not good.
He says he has reported the issue to the police.
It's the Teleson Too Much Money promo. Win cash daily, weekly, and a grand prize of 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Just reload or buy a bundle with Teleson.
Has done. So I think it's good.
But have you seen Alhaji Masaudo? He says that he has gone for his boys and he's going around with them. Given the peaceful nature of the election so far, do you think it is necessary?
I've told him not to do anything. I've told him.
So he should withdraw the boys?
Yes. So he's going alone. He's going around alone.
So given what has happened, wouldn't you rather advise him to rather rest so that tensions will be calm?
Why? He didn't come here to rest. He came here to work. So when he's doing his work, there's nothing wrong with that. Why do you advise him to go and rest?
So are you satisfied with the security deployment? Earlier, we spoke to Henry Korte, who says that in your strongholds, for example, the deployment is low, especially in Winchi, for example. I
haven't seen anything wrong with the security personnel. They are doing well. They are doing their job, and the job is going on well. So I applaud them.
Okay. There's a poll that says that, Global Info Analytics, that says that your candidate will lose the election and the NDC candidate will win by 53%.
That's not true. Let's wait till 5 o'clock.
He predicted same in the 2024 election and it came to pass.
He is not God, please. He is predicting. It can be false or true.
So what would work for you in this by-election?
Come again?
What would work for you? What would deliver victory for you in this by-election?
We have worked and we know we are going to be victorious this evening. So what is it?
Okay, so let me ask you something. Again, regarding national politics. The president yesterday removed the Chief Justice from office. Your minority leader was here, I engaged him. He says that you, as MPP, you are mourning democracy in Ghana. Don't you think that she was taken through the right processes to be removed?
No.
Why?
She wasn't. You know. Don't ask me why.
You tell me, I don't know.
You know better than I do.
So far, have any of your party agents reported any challenges they are facing at the various polling stations?
Not now.
We don't know. We didn't finish the talk. So we need to finish all the polling stations. Then after finishing all the polling stations, then we can be able to assess whatever happened, whether someone has got injured, what happened where, before we can make a comment. We are a political party that follow the rules and regulations. We don't want a fabricated story just because we want to address the media. No, we just want to be fair and justice. We are in opposition, we are in opposition. We have won this election already, we have won. There's nothing anybody can do. This election, we have finished, just like the rest of
Alhaji Siraj, but it is early days here. There's just some few minutes to 2, and you are saying you've won.
Masa, when you go to every by-election, I have experience in politics. I've been to politics. You yourself, you know me for a very long time. The moment you come to the constituency, you go to the police station, you observe the voters. You hear the comment of the voters. Despite the fact that we are in opposition, doesn't mean that we must lose the election. There are certain impressions. People should take it out of their mind. They are in opposition, so they have to lose. No. Being in opposition is different. The action of the government of the day is different. So people look at their situation. and then make a decision.
But they say they are best placed to win the seat because they are in power and people will look at the development that will come to Akwatia and vote for them.
They will see if they can still continue voting for their children to come back to their home to sit as they are going to cancel free education. But free education now has no use. We see them as some people who has no opportunity. We build the opportunity. Just think about this. If any voter comes from his house coming to vote for the party, he has to think about the previous 2016. Before September, by this time, we have implemented free education. Today, we are in September 2015. What do we have? Rather than people causing problems, people say they will cause another by-election. They will kill the minority leader for the by-election. They will attack.
He didn't say he will kill him. He said there will be a by-election, but he didn't say he will kill him.
So what will bring the by-election if not dying? There are certain statements. It's very.
But someone can voluntarily resign. Someone.
See, how will someone make a statement that I am looking for him? There will be a by-election. Okay, I stand to be corrected. He didn't say he will kill, but he said if he meet him, there will be a by-election. What will bring the by-election? Whether he resign or he die, it's a die, it's a dead. Because you have taken the person, remove him out of his chair. So that is what I'm telling you, that the people of Akwatia are mature people. They have observed from 2016 to 2004 that God says that MPP, go and rest. Now, from January to September, just compare it. From January 2017 to September, we have implemented free education. We already have free education. It becomes a national anthem. Free education, free education. Now, we are in September.
But for the people of Akwatia, it is about roads, about employment, and the government of the day.
For that, you compare previous, the NDC, first MDC, to the second NDC, and first MPP, second MPP.
Have we forgot Baba Jama?
From 2026 to 2024. The project and the, what do you call it, that we brought to this place. They will compare, they will compare it. Then they will take a decision on that.
So, Chaba Putin, why are you so convinced that you will win this election? Why? Tell me one reason why you think you win.
The one thing is that we have worked and we know we are going to win.
What kind of work?
Do you want me to tell you here?
Of course, why not?
No, that's my secret.
It's a strategy.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the national chairman, acting national chairman for the opposition.
Interesting takes from the Akwatia constituency. That was Hanan Abdul Adam. He is a presidential affairs correspondent and is reporting live on grounds from the Akwatia constituency. A number of issues leading to 3 questions I want to put to Musa. I mean, a lot of time when these polls come out, people forget that you indicate that there's a margin of error. People forget that it's a poll conducted based on what people are saying. And then because, for lack of a better description, there's been some success with your polls. People believe that anytime you put out the polls, then it's supposed to be the final thing that comes out. Just gone by, we just had the acting national chair of the MPP. When these things come to you, asking you, are you God? How do you receive them?
No, we fully understand that polling in the manner and style we do it at Global Info is very new to Ghanaians. And we know there is a learning curve for us to go through what we are doing and for people to understand how we do things. If you look at how we've been presenting data to the media, it's not been done before. Going to the level of demography and the key issues and regional and the electoral areas level, no one has ever done this before. And they find the information quite overwhelming in many cases. And some believe that, look, this cannot be true because how do you do all this analysis and in short days and that kind of thing? Because in the past, people have done polls, they've taken 1 month, 6 months to finish it. We take few days. Even national tracking poll, we take about 7 days to finish it. So it's quite new. We understand that it's a learning curve, and we are doing our best as far as we can when we have the chance to educate people what polling is about, what we go through to get the numbers out for them to understand. And once in a while, I go on X and TikTok to educate followers about what polling is, what it is used for, and the drawbacks of opinion poll and stuff like that. So we know that it will take time. We're not magicians. Nobody can say for certain.
They say you are not God.
No, nobody is God. Nobody is God. So it will take time for them to understand that. But I think over time, they will begin to appreciate the work that we are doing.
There is the perception that with the work that you're doing, the speed within which you're able to execute these polls. So there's a narrative that you're receiving some funding from those who wanted to go in their favor. I've heard this comment a number of times. When it goes in favor of Party A, they are happy and they don't have any problem with that. When it goes against them, then they are putting out such things out there. Many have questioned, where is the source of funding? How are you doing this?
We are a private company. We're not a think tank or CSO who gets a donation from government agencies and stuff like that. We have private clients, we have commercial clients. And the clients, if you go to our website, you see them, big global companies. So we make money from private clients and we put some aside to do public opinion poll just for you, the public, not for anything else. And also what we do in the public opinion poll help us to get businesses in the private and commercial business.
And Emmanuel, just a quick one. I recall a conversation we had with you some time back, and you talked about the genesis of global info analytics and how some of these private entities, those contracts you get eventually is what you get to fund this as more like your way of giving back to the society.
CSR, that's how CSR is.
And exactly. Giving the media as well some data to work with when it comes to this
if you look at what has happened in the media landscape since 2-3 years ago, it has changed the narrative on how we handle election matters in this country. It's become data-driven. You can disagree with what the outcome is, but you have something to talk about.
Absolutely.
And that has changed really the way media is covering elections in this country. And I think for us, we are quite happy that we've been able, or we've been part of that process.
In fact, we are using your data as of now.
Yeah. And speaking of your data, as we can all see on the screens, I want us to focus on the Wenchi area, because on the decline that we're talking about, if you look at the initial poll, those who believe that the country was going in the wrong direction, we're looking around 65%. Now, in the final poll, we saw it drop to 50. It was 65, dropping to 51. And I'm wondering if that exactly is influencing this, based on as well what people were looking at to be the key issues for which they are voting in this particular by-election. Within this short period, between the 5th and the 29th, I've seen videos of some road construction going on in the area. I've seen the opening of a DVLA office over there. So is it a case of what you had mentioned earlier, that your polls guide political parties as to how best to go about things in elections?
No, certainly it guides them. For those who want to do a good work on the ground, the poll should guide them. For example, on the screen you're seeing, you will see the electoral areas with higher proportion of people who say they are undecided. So if you are a political party, you go after those areas and see how you can change people's mind from undecided to come to your side. That's information that we can use to your advantage. Now, we have given this data across every electoral area. So you know that, hey, this is supposed to be my area. Why am I not doing well? Then you go there. We've seen that from evidence so far, that the party have been using that data very strongly.
But how much of a role does public perception has been shaped by the...
QuickBooks gives me the superpower to automate my invoices, track expenses, and get paid fast, so I can get back to what I love. Get more done in less time with QuickBooks Online.
Of the entire process to change, because I witnessed in the month of August that the NDC's communication changed largely from the candidate to the broader picture of the president and what he can do in the constituency. And so how much of these decisions are shaped by the kind of political communication in the area?
No, for those who do political marketing and political communication, you must look at the strength of your candidate and what are the issues that are driving voters there. Now, if you look at what they were telling us, about 42% in the poll were saying that they will be driven by development project. And certainly that kind of perception cannot be tied on the neck of Mr. Beidou, because he's not somebody who can bring that development himself. Then you have to run on the ticket or on the record of the party and the president. Now, we saw also that in the same period, the popularity of the president dropped. So if they had done the work very well, we shouldn't have seen the popularity drop. So something has happened there. And that is something that the MPP candidate would have taken advantage of.
Right.
And so, but it's certainly informing them what to do. Now, if you look at the MPP candidate, when he goes around, he tends to talk about Galamsey and how probably improve it and so on and so forth. Now, the issue then is Galamsey a positive thing for him, or negative thing for him. There are those who want it to be improved, enhanced. And there are those who want it to be curtailed because of the environmental impact. You don't know when they say it's a priority, whether it's a priority for enhancement of the Galamsey or priority for curtailment of Galamsey. We have given them a heads up. We're not supposed to give them everything. You should have gone back there and see whether the priority there is for them to not to be, what do you call it, stopped in doing Galamsey or enhance the work of the Galamsey. So you have to go beyond the numbers to really understand the numbers very well. We can do so much. We can't do everything for all the political parties.
Okay. I'm very curious about this. You say the popularity of the president dropped.
Yes.
However, the people there pay your exit poll are very expectant of developmental projects.
Mm-hmm.
How do we juxtapose these two factors?
Maybe they are trying to understand that an MP, whether in opposition or in government, can push and lobby.
Okay.
Because we may have a situation where an MP in the former government, in the NDC, in opposition, were able to do something in the constituency. It may not be that much, but they believe that certain things can also be done by MP, whether in opposition or in government. Okay. So it depends on how you cut your message in the field, how you fight back against the fact that you are an opposition candidate and you can't bring development. And so people are getting smarter. So we shouldn't think that the fact that they're saying that development means that you're by all means going to vote for your candidate.
Okay.
People are getting smarter and more sophisticated than we think.
Oh, okay. And just how the president's popularity dropped? What happened?
Well, I don't know.
What are the factors on the ground per your poll?
You know, we tested just two, three issues. The direction of the country, which we saw slipped a bit. And once that slipped, you expect the president to slip as well because they go hand in hand. And when you ask them about their living condition, I think in terms of improvement dropped, but those who say the same went up. So there's a bit of kind of people who are moving from it's improved to SSI. Okay. And that may have led to the drop of the president's approval rating in the rest of the country, yes.
Okay. Okay. Can you finish? You can. I think you want to stay on the subjects.
No, I'll move away a little bit.
I want to do the same, but I'm just seeing that there's actually been somebody all along. Owusu Patrick. What is his impact in this election?
I think it will be quite zero.
It's a straight zero for him.
It's a straight fight between NDC and MP.
No, but when you were conducting the polls, what people didn't give you an indication that he
was doing less than 0.3%, 0.4%. So that is not. He will get some vote there.
No impact.
No, he's not going to have any impact.
Okay.
And on the subject of perception, I'm just going to talk about what happened yesterday. The removal of the Chief Justice and going into the polls. I mean, did it have any possibility or ability to sway people's minds with regard to who they're voting for? Perhaps when an argument is made that, look, this administration has absolute power and they seem to be abusing it. Does it have any kind of impact?
Honestly, I don't want to answer with speculation. Okay. Well, this is fresh information that has come through, and I haven't got the time to ask people's view to digest how it affected them. So I will stay clear of that.
Okay, that's understandable. All right, we'll have to go back to Akwatia currently because Hanan, our colleague there, has Osman Ayaraga. He's speaking to him.
Okay, so Nadidi, currently we have the MCE for Gasout, who is in the person of Moses Kabu, and then the CEO of the National Youth Authority, Osman Abdullahi Ayaraga. They have also been touring some of the polling stations to ensure that the process is going on smoothly. So let me begin with you, Osman. You have been touring the constituency since Friday. And how does the grounds look like for the NDC, especially when we are hearing complaints of low turnout in this particular exercise?
Yes, I've been here for the past 2 weeks and over. It's not just Friday. And from the groundwork we have done and from what we are picking, we know the kind of formula we're using to win these elections. And what I can tell you now is that in the next 4 hours or in the next 3 hours, when they are done voting and counting starts, I can tell you emphatically that the NDC will surely win the Akwatia seat. The Akwatia constituency is going to turn green by 5 p.m. today. That I can assure you.
But what you say formula? Formula, what kind of formula?
It's a 4-4-2 formation. It's a down ball. You understand. I cannot disclose how we're doing it. But what I can tell you is that our formula in winning this election is that we will surely win this election.
4-4-2 is a football formation, but you are doing politics. So how do you bring 4-4-2 in politics?
Well, you can surely bring 4-4-2 into politics because in every...
Can you explain what?
In every game, you need defenders, you need midfielders, and you need strikers to give you the goals. So in the end, we will surely have defenders who defend the votes. We'll have the midfielders who will make sure they distribute the votes. And we have the strikers who will make sure at the end of the day, the person goes out there to vote. And after voting, we will make sure we retreat and have everybody come back to base and protect the votes. So at the end of the day, we'll surely change the formula again to 8-1-1, where you have 8 defenders protecting our ballots. So don't worry yourself about the formation. We understand ourselves and we know that we are winning this election. That is the formula we've given you.
But don't you think you will not get the votes that you want, especially when it is around 2 p.m. and the people are still not coming out to vote?
When you say the votes that we want, are you talking about the margin of win or we winning?
That's according to your projection.
Yes, the most important thing is that it's a parliamentary election and we will win. Whether it's 1 vote or 2 votes, at the end of the day, we will win Akwatia constituency. That I can assure you. And by 5 p.m., I'm sure you call me and give me back my stone.
The MPP are also very confident that they are going to win. And they are also now out with their youth, just as you are also doing. Do you think all this is necessary, that as a national executive of the party, you move with a number of youth? And won't this create tension as we head towards the final stages of the election?
Well, we are not roaming to create chaos. We have had pockets of some incidents and we are just monitoring to make sure that everything is calm and peaceful. And as you know, the NDC party is a very calm and peaceful party. And I've told you that we don't need violence to win Akwatia elections. What we need is peace to win the election. So we have remained peaceful, we have remained resolute. And at the end of the day, as I said, by 5 p.m., the NDC will surely win the Akwatia seats once again.
So that's Osman Ayeraga. So Gasout, don't you think you should have been in Accra minding the issues in your jurisdiction, floods, construction of roads and all that? Why are you also here monitoring the elections?
This is an issue of Ghana and it's an issue of NDC. It's not an issue of only Gasout. So we will not leave this election for only Akwatia people to go into the election and fight for it. We are all here to support them, to make sure that we guide the votes that are being brought in for NDC so that at least at the end of the day will be declared the winners of this election.
Mr. Moses, you are quite advanced in age, and I'm sure that you've had experiences how your party members are moving around with the youth of the party, and the MPP is also doing same. Do you think all this is necessary?
Very necessary. It's just to motivate the people out there to know that your colleagues are out here. Come out and come and vote, and your vote will be protected.
But there's concern amongst the residents that this is actually scaring them. And some of the MPP people we've spoken to indicate that this is as a result of the tension that came up between your vice chairman and that of the vice chairman of the MPP.
The people are not coming out to vote because in Ghana, anytime there is by-election, the turnout is usually low. It is not because our people are here that is making them not to come. And sometimes it can also be that people are waiting the last minute to come and vote. So we are only urging them to come out and vote wisely. Okay. Yeah, that is it. And let me tell you, Akwatia is green and it will remain green. We are winning this election and we are winning it hands down. Only those pockets of violence that you see are the creative of NPP because they know they are losing. And if they are losing, they need to create it in minds of people that NDC is causing some commotion or whatever, just to let people know that NDC era during by-election there will be this pocket of violence. But it's not true. You cannot compare this kind of peaceful atmosphere we are witnessing right here to Iowa's West Oregon. But so far, so very good. All the areas I've visited have been very peaceful. And this election will be one of the peaceful elections we've ever had in Ghana.
Okay, thank you very much. That's Mr. Moses. He's the MC for Gas South. Let me now engage some of the voters here. I've seen quite a number of them, observe how they went to vote. So let me find out from them how the process has been. Ms. Pacha, good afternoon. You are live on GH1 television. Have you voted?
No, please.
Why are you not voting?
I just came.
I think our bedroom.
But fine.
Na ubetu abana de.
But fine.
Na de ekoso no na mo amoti Akwatia ha no then na mo pe after abatwa.
Abatwa yen pe nyoma bebre.
This is room 1221 live. When no question is too awkward.
Smear is not supposed to be painful. It is uncomfortable, yes, because there's something being said.
How does it feel like, say, Watuaba in December 2024? Na September year, what's Abetwaba?
Okay, you know, we were not expecting this, but Abba, so any option there. So the best thing we could do is say, as a party member, me do muko na the many option there. Makwa Akwatia because if I say my buy one year the umbra power, you see no umbre boa Akwatia mind because sisi I no share your coin now. Coin be brain now says so hey nya nema be brain so it's I say
apart from coin no nema be brain to say then.
Okay, aside crime, I'm a boy man create to me another schools near hospital so hey because and also here because as at now GC hospital no I say should I get too strong so yeah it's also another hospital be my things and kebebwa so I'm a boy na kebia yet to me say invest in Akwatia enya bad it me a rural bank so I see that one too is not bad so yeah it is and enya brepa. But this time you near Bray and Bedia go crying to Nabani may you na matopa. So I'm just hoping say my buying no bedding or better power.
So O'Shea him say we candidate no and winning.
Sure, and me 100% sure. Yeah, I'm not losing the film because in Paiba me need GD me they tired in the chine dear. I know say we will definitely win. Yeah. You will definitely win more of it.
Okay, so now that's a voter telling us that for them they are only interested in developments and that is what they are looking out for. They said they need an additional hospital, they need an additional school because they also want a bank. That's what she's saying, and so they are looking forward to that, and that is why she came out here to cast her ballot. So now those are some of the things the constituents are telling us here on the Budia High Street as we engage them right here. So I'll hand over to you back in the studios in Accra.
Thank you very much, Hanan. Engaging some of the constituents as well. I think the last lady he spoke to was very confident that whoever her candidate is going to win. They have high expectations. You're talking about, a rural bank, hospital, better roads and stuff. And we understand that the roads in Akwatia are nothing to write home about. And so these voters are highly optimistic. Let's see where the pendulum will swing at the end when polls close at 5 p.m. It's still our continuous coverage here of the by-elections in Akwatia in the eastern region. My name is Adidi Tete. I'm here with Tutu Adanso. Musa Dankwa is also here with us, as well as Emmanuel Ejabing, who is taking us through the numbers. Emmanuel, do we have some more numbers to be cracking?
I want us to focus on the numbers we see on the screen right now. And that's actually the final poll. I have two questions here. Because if you look at the final poll,
It's still GH1 television here, and we're also live on Star 103.5 FM. Emmanuel will be bringing us those numbers in a bit, but it's our continuous coverage of the by-election in Akwatia, where we are talking about the performance of the various candidates so far. And we've been talking about Asumedu, who is the NPP's candidate, and also the NDC's candidate, who is Beidu, and we're looking at the changes. And I recall correctly, which is what we've talked about earlier, what the polls were looking like earlier when they were conducting, and then this recent one, which puts the NDC in a better position compared to the NPP. And you recall that Musa Dankwa, who is Executive Director of Global Info Analytics, made us appreciate it better as to why the numbers were the way they were before, because initially there wasn't a specific candidate. We're looking at possible candidates who could face off with the NDC's candidate. Now we do have it, and everybody's watching closely to see where it will go, whether people will turn up in their numbers and vote for their candidates like they're saying. We saw one of the constituents, like I did say, speaking very passionately about the matter, having to have gone for an election in December and then, unfortunately, returning in September to vote again because the unthinkable happened. And that's what we are bringing to you today on GH1 television and on Star 103.5 FM. We can return to Emmanuel now to continue with the numbers.
Yes,
Emmanuel?
and so speaking of December, in December 2024, Ernest actually won the votes with 52.83%. So he had in excess of 19,000 votes, 19,269. And then Henry Yadomboachi of the NDC had around 47,000. That's actually 17,206, which makes around 47.17% of the entire total valid votes cast. Now let's look at the dynamics over here. In that particular context, the difference was just around 6%. Now, in this particular final poll conducted by the Global Info Analytics, the same 6% where they are saying they would vote for anyone else apart from Solomon or Bernard is something that if any of them should take on, they would be able to win the elections free, fair, square, and move out. Because the final poll puts Solomon at 47%. If he gets the remainder 6%, he gets to 53%. Bernard Bay, who is now having 53%, if he gets the final 6% of those who, assuming, decided not to vote but changed their mind within the shortest period of time, voting for him, he gets around 59%. Now, this 6%, given that what we have seen characterizing previous elections, and let's all be honest over here, I am yet to see a video about vote buying. And that's what has characterized our electoral process so much. I have seen a video where one person is saying that because of heavy security presence, they are not seeing money being thrown about. And so for this 6%, what really would take for Solomon or Bernard to tap into this potential? I don't know what Musa's exit poll is saying, but for the remaining 6% who say they will vote for someone, let's not focus on Patrick because 0.3 is actually nothing to go with. But 6%, what will it take to tap into that?
You know, I think what we're going to see is the final push and the final messaging from the campaign to try and convince the people who are undecided to break their way. A lot goes into convincing someone to say he will vote for you. But on a day like this, it's about getting out the numbers to go out and vote. I have not seen, I don't know, I'm yet to be corrected, I stand to be corrected, any party going house to house, dragging people by their hands, let's go and vote. Elsewhere, they do that. They have people in the, they know the doors, they have database of doors of MPP and NDC voters. And sometimes you don't even care who you are dragging to go and vote. If the poll says you are winning, then let's get everybody to go and vote, whether it's MPP or NDC. When they show up, you win. So parties do that. But in this country, I don't think I've seen that yet.
I think I recall in 2024, when, especially in the Ashanti region,
yes,
when the reports were widely circulated that people were not showing up, then we got news that people were going to houses to urge people to come out and vote. And
yeah,
so I guess when it's crucial, people do that.
Yeah, they have to do that. They have to have a mechanism. And this is where you have your local party executives, the politicians. They know the NDC and MPP guys. They know their homes. Yes. They can go there and see whether you've gone to vote, check whether you have voted. If not, they encourage you to go and vote. And I think that's how democracy should be.
Okay.
Increase participation.
But in this particular case, couldn't it be because, you know, the politicians may understand the dynamics that play out on the ground, that people in Akwatia don't like to vote early? We've heard from some of the constituents who say that, well, they don't like to vote early. Don't you think those dynamics may be at play here?
No. Look, okay, it's a farming community in some cases. Largely. They'll go to the farms and come back around 1 o'clock and then go and vote. So they'll go out and get a vote. We'll probably start at 1 o'clock. So instead of doing it in the morning, you know the dynamics of the area.
Right.
So do it in the afternoon when they have come from their farms. Hey, have you voted? No, let's go.
Okay.
So instead of doing it in the morning, you could do it in
the afternoon. 6%. Who gets into it? I guess it all boils down to political communication. But finally, before I let you go, I'm seeing 2 new candidates. If you look at the history of Akwatia, it's always, apart from 2000, where Mohammed was quite a fresh figure, we've seen Baba Jamal contest a number of times, at least 3 times before he won. We've seen Amase come being toppled, and then we toppled by NS Yaokumi. And then we are now seeing 2 fresh candidates. These persons are not known to the entire political atmosphere in the area when it comes to contesting for the position as MP. The 6% who say they will rather vote for someone else, I want to understand what exactly they do not find convincing about these 2 that is making them want to move away.
No, I think maybe you are not reading the data very well. In the first poll,
yes,
they said someone else. Yes. But in the second poll, there's no longer someone else. There is Patrick, Usu Patrick.
Right.
So the number has reduced from 6 to nearly 0.
Nearly 0%?
Yes, so it means they have moved from someone else and aligned themselves to the 2 leading candidates.
Yeah,
so if you add the 47 to the 3, you get 100%.
Exactly.
So they have found choices between Sumedu and Bedu. But within the poll, if you look at the headline, the key headline poll, what we call the committed voters model.
Yes.
There you have Sumedu on 42 and Bedu on 47. But 11% said they were undecided. Those were the numbers that these guys have to fight for. The undecided guys, 11%.
And in that particular fight, those who were undecided, then let's frame the question around those undecided persons. What exactly were they looking at? Why were they not ready to make any decision as to any of these 2?
In every election, there are people who wait until last minute to see how the campaign unfolds.
So those are those that will be mobbed out by the political party.
Yes, and there are those who they don't decide until they come to the ballot, the polling station. That's when they decide. So in such a situation, a pollster cannot determine with sincerity what the guy will do when he gets to the ballot ballot box. So there are so many things that go into undecided. And if the race is very close, they could tilt the race either way.
Very interesting. So are you saying at this time there is no clear winner? There's no one who is likely to be the clear winner?
Let's wait for the counting.
You don't want to commit to that? No. But in the exit polls, I've seen the exit polls, and I can see that quite critical that the issue of development still remains topical for them.
It's the Indomitable Hero Pack promo. The goal is to win a trip to Disneyland Paris. We all have 8 comic books, right? I have won a PS5 in the weekly draw by entering the code through the USSD. I won a TV last week and that is so happy. I just entered my 8 code to indomigana.com. I cannot wait to win my bicycle. I really hope I'll win my tablet. Now, what we all need is the final comic book to enter the grand lucky draw to go to Disneyland Paris. The hunt starts now. Allez! Buy Indomie Hero Packs. Collect all 9 comic books to enter the grand draw and win amazing prizes, including a trip to Disneyland Paris in the Indomitable Hero Pack promo.
So it is a bit of, it's not a straight win, but it will give you an idea of what might be going on in his head.
52%.
Yes. So it's a very key factor I am watching at this stage to see who wins most of these guys.
The voter turnout, and that's my final question for you. The voter turnout, as we've all witnessed per historical records, it's not always as it does in the main election. In this case, should the voter turnout largely be very substantially below 60%? Does it still keep the race still tight? You said anyone could easily edge the other person.
It will, because it's proportion, law of proportion. If you have 1,000 people coming out, the proportion that you're going to win with will remain largely so. If that number is half, the proportion remains the same. Not the actual number, but the proportion largely will be within margin. The problem will be if the turnout is very low in your stronghold, and the other people turn up, in that case, you'll be in trouble. If this area is supposed to be your stronghold, and your guys sat at home, and the other guys show up, then that will be a big trouble for you.
We have some less than 3 hours to 5 p.m. I guess we'll all find out who exactly leads in this particular by-election. Now they didn't do it.
All right, and I'm sure everybody is waiting patiently.
Of course.
For that.
Impatiently, actually.
Everybody's waiting patiently impatiently to find out what the outcome will be. But like we've been talking about, I think it's the politicians that have made this a high-stakes selection because really it doesn't make so much of a difference. It's not like you're 137,
right?
Where a seat is lost and you're going there seeking to protect that 137 you have, or you want to add on to it. But the politicians have elevated the stakes so high because what?
But can we blame them? And I'm asking this because we all saw what happened during their Blakema North rerun.
Yes.
The NPP was clearly very relaxed. In fact, they had earlier come out to say that they were not contesting.
Testing the polls, yes.
After a few thoughts, okay, I'm contesting. Their campaign message, if you ask me, on the D-Day was flat. They were trying to talk about the fact that Ekwefrie is a widow. So vote for the widow. Oya Mobo, vote for her. Irabna Albin cannot serve you, and all of that.
Yeah.
They clearly lost their guards.
Yeah.
Perhaps that is what is informing what we are seeing in Akwatia now. And I'm not from Akwatia, I'm from Achimoda, quite close to Akwatia, so I can understand a bit of the dynamics that happened there. It's a mining community.
Yeah.
These people are weapon-wielding people in that community. And so they know what they are going up against. The NDC will not let this slide, as Musa Dankwa said. It's just, to add up to the numbers, give them the bragging right that what we have, in fact, we have rendered you, the minority, irrelevant in Parliament. So if you ask me, they cannot be blamed because of the dynamics at play. Well, they cannot really be blamed.
What's at stake here is just bragging.
It's bragging.
That's all. It's not as though, it's a razor thin.
I can understand, but it will also be a big deal for the NPP. Should they pull this off? This is because of the historical precedents we've seen.
Okay.
So in 1996, there was the NDC.
Yes.
In 2000, the NPP took over. 2008, they managed to hold on to that. In 2012, the NPP again. In NDC, Baba Jamal caused an upset. Baba Jamal is with the NDC.
Yes.
Then we see he has a name, Amase, with the NPP. Then Henry, whose lawyer unfortunately has asked him.
Yes.
But imagine that the NPP wins after Kumi. It may change the narrative that Akwatia is not as flippy as we claim it is.
Yes.
So I'm sure that's the reason they are, upbeat about it. They want to have it. No, but I mean, imagine that your sitting MP, who was NPP, lost his life, unfortunately. He's going to be replaced with an NDC person. And mind you, in Tamale Central, the stakes are good for the NDC. I mean, the NPP is not even contesting.
Yeah.
It will look very funny for the NPP. It will make them look so irrelevant. They may give up on elections in this country.
And you see, but the thing is, it still goes back to the bragging element or ego.
Exactly.
Because if the NPP loses, their ego equally will be bruised.
Yes.
Because they would feel like, okay, the 88 that we had that we're trying to protect. Now we've gone further down to 87. And they know their opponents will have a go at them.
Of course.
Please, when we're having a conversation, can you please sit aside? Because we
what
can
are
do
you bringing
without
to the table?
your number. So, I mean, I really hope that the people at the center of it, which is the people of Akwatia, they would appreciate that nobody's life deserves to be lost as a result of this.
Course.
So far, I think it's gone on peacefully. Apart from that,
quite surprisingly.
Yes, apart from those skirmishes we saw in relation to the party officials and then some people behind them, but it's been largely peaceful. And we really hope that it will remain like that. That it will be peaceful and people will appreciate that it's just an exercise and it shouldn't be chaotic. Sometimes you realize that during the election proper, there isn't so much of a confusion until we get to the coalition.
That's true.
And then people start throwing unnecessary tantrums and stuff like that. So I guess so far so good.
But
we just hope that
the good thing is that if the voting process has been smooth, the tantrum at the coalition doesn't matter. Because the actual voting has been done. Once you secure the ballot papers, you can fight. After the fight, we'll come back and count it. Yes.
Okay. I know you want to run, but let's talk about the presence of the IGP briefly. I listened to our previous panelist who said that it was quite a stretch. I don't know what both of you make of that. The presence of the IGP, despite deploying over 5,000 plus men to the area, and we know there's the military on standby as well. Was the presence of the IGP a bit of a stretch? I don't know what both of you make of it.
Well, I don't think it's a stretch. However, I think that the police brought this upon themselves because of how things went in Ablikuma. So now they really want to prove a certain point.
Right.
And so they are putting their best foot forward. As to whether it is proportionate to the task at hand is another conversation. But it's because of their handling of Ablikuma North and how people came at them, criticizing them. They feel that it is time to salvage their image. And that is why they are putting everything on. Some would say that, well, you're doing your best, but it looks like it's not proportionate to the task at hand.
Right.
I mean, the numbers are extremely high. If this is how it's going to cost us to run by election, then I'll be looking at Professor H. Pempe to give us a solution. But look, by elections are supposed to be quiet elections. We that live in the community, we go there and express our views. I mean, you hear people coming from Achimuswedru to Akwatia, coming from Tamale to Akwatia. I mean, what is the point?
There's somebody that came from the Volta region.
That is the point. I think it's because, I mean, when it's by-election, like the only elections being held at a point in time. So everybody who has nothing to do just goes there. I mean, it shouldn't be this do and die affair. No.
It shouldn't be a do or die affair. I mean, sometimes I really wonder why we stretch ourselves so much with regard to this issue. But yes, it's our continuous coverage of the Akwatia by-election currently underway. It's some 26 minutes past 2 p.m. Voting is still ongoing. We've been in and out of the constituency, engaging our colleagues that are on the ground, monitoring the situation. Generally, it's been peaceful. Like I keep saying, pockets of incidents here, but it's been smooth largely. And everybody's counting down patiently or impatiently to 5 p.m. when polls officially close, and then sorting and counting will begin, and would know who is going to carry the day, whether it's going to be green or it's going to be blue. Everybody's looking forward to what the numbers and the figures will be. My name is Nadiri Tete. I'm here with Tutu Adan. So, Musa Danko, I know that you'll be taking leave of us soon, but why were you shaking your head?
I will tell you later, subsequently.
But yes, this is our continuous coverage of the elections in Akwatia. We are live on Star 103.5 FM, also live on GH1 television, live on YouTube and Facebook, as well as all the other social media platforms. And if you have any feedback as well, your answers and stuff like that, your messages, you can send them in. We'll let our social media team bring that to you in the course of this coverage. How many more minutes to go, or how many more hours to go? We'll be taking a break shortly, but then, yes, we've been talking about the voting, we've been talking about the pattern, how Akwatia is a swing region. You know, Mr. Dankwa, consistently it says that Akwatia is a swing region. The counting usually starts from 1996.
It should be 92.
But nobody counts 92.
Some believe that 92 MPP boycotted it. And for that reason, you don't count. But in parliamentary numbers, you count.
You count. Okay. So we'll see. We'll see where it will go subsequently. Whether at the end of this election, it will be 5 against 4, or it will be what? 5-5. 5-5. Let's see how that will go. But we'll go for a short break. When we return, we'll still continue with our coverage of the elections in Akwatia. We'll also be bringing you your reactions to what has been happening over there as well, via your comments on social media. So don't flip your dial. Stay tuned here, right on GH1 television and on Star 103.5 FM. We'll be
Tell us how too much money no don't want him. Into also I pay kwa
Dial star 500 hash or visit the Telecel Play app to opt in and start winning in the Telecel Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Welcome back. It's our continuous coverage of the by-election underway in Akwatia. Voting is still going on. It's expected to close at 5 p.m. My name is Nadidi Tete. I'm doing this together with Tutu Adanso. And we have another guest joining us. But before we engage him, we have to go to Akwatia. Our colleague Ibrahim Alassan has been having some conversations.
Well, a few hours to the end of polls, but of course, we're still coming to you live from Akwatia, specifically in the Wenchi community. We visited a number of voting centers or polling stations. This one is specific. Individuals who have crowded themselves here. And I'm wondering why that is the case. But let me seek to find out from some of the individuals who have massed up here to find out what exactly it is. Okay, hello. You're live on GH1 TV. You've been making rounds. First of all, tell us your observation.
Okay, anything is good. By today, this year election, how the police conducted themselves, it make great from the people from this.
Everything security-wise has been...
But security, that one, Ajib, we need to greet him. They have done their work. I know here. Okay. I come from Keri, but here is my area where I would take my anything from here. I know here is a hot town. How this election they comported themselves, I know by end of today, anything will go well.
Introduce yourself, your name.
My name is Inu Sabat. I am Kumasi, but I am this town. I come from this town.
And that's why you came back?
Yes.
For the by-election?
To see how my people can vote to get the best candidate who can help our... How you know, you see the area, we are poor. You see our roads, all our roads is a problem. We need government to help us. So I encourage my people to vote to get the best candidate who can help us to get the best routes.
All right. What do you have to add?
My name is Alfred Kojo Traders. I'm one of the Council of Elders in Ayawaso Central, Greater Accra.
Oh, okay.
I think that this by-election has been very, very peaceful. Like my colleague said, we should give thanks to the IGP. I mean, the security men has done tremendously well, including yourself, the journalist. So far, it's been very peaceful. We are praying that it should be like that before the elections, so that at the end of the day, when we are victorious, you see my yes, then we know we can jubilate very well. We don't want anything to come and mask this victory.
All right. Thank you very much. So let me move on and engage many more people here. Okay, so let me engage this gentleman, and I've seen many people who have masked up here. What has been observation? You are live on GH1 TV. What has been observation so far?
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I think people are eager to come out and then vote o'clock, and then I know from 2:33, I know people of Wenchi will come out massively and then vote for the preferred candidate. We want him to lead this constituency.
So I'm told usually that's how the community behave. In the morning, many people are engaged in other activities, but later in the evening, then they turn up and vote. So the concerns about the low voter turnout might not be legitimate at this material point in time. Is that the point you are making?
Sure. Because looking at the time, as I said, it's 1, and then, a little about 1 p.m. So getting to 3:30, 4, 5 p.m. thereabouts, then you see that is how we Wenchi people, the Oseo people, we vote. Yes.
But you have voted already?
I have.
let me come to somebody who is here to vote and find out why. You are also live on GH1 TV. First of all, what has been your general observation?
In fact, during the by-elections, we realized that the turnout will not be as a general election. So, looking at it, the turnout is very low. But as my brother said, I think from 3-4 going, people will come and vote. I'm now going to vote. So I'm going to vote for my preferred choice. Yeah.
I won't ask you who your preferred choice is because that's your secret. But thank you very much for your input. And so, yes, you want to add something? Okay, you're live on GH1 TV.
Thank you very much. My concern is that the security is very good. As we are very impressive. It's improved. It has improved up to this afternoon. But the issue is that I have issue with regards to the MPP vice chairman, third vice chairman. 3 days or 2 days before this election, the police administration had a press conference in Akwatia, and they announced that be it a minister, an MP, whosoever, if you are coming to a police station with your bodyguard, that is police bodyguard, assigned bodyguard, who has a sidearm, should report to the police station and leave your sidearm. You're supposed not to come to the police station with a sidearm. I think all media men can bear me a testimony to that. Today we have seen the one that I mentioned his name going around with a police officer with the 3 stars. I was told ASP or DSP, whatever it is, without being questioned by the police authority, following him all over the place with 2 sidearms. With 2 sidearms going around the police station, which against their own press conference that they have, is against their own tenant that they put out to guide this very election that we are talking about. And I think I was calling on IGP Yohonu and his council of elders or whatsoever to make sure they deal with this issue, because I don't think that vice chairman, he has any position in this country. Even how come I see former Attorney General Burapi Opom, Ufusom Pofu, all the big guys, they don't work with police officers. Nobody can bear me testimony. Those who are following them, the policemen, they don't have sidearms. So how come somebody who is not in government will follow by police with the 2 sidearms? I think something must be done, and something have to be done about it.
Thank you very much for your concern. And of course, of course, he says he wants to react to that. Okay, so what do you have to say about that? He talks about the fact that there was a police directive that no bodyguard should be allowed to carry arms, especially to polling stations. But then third vice chair of the NPP is seen in the company of a police bodyguard with sidearms, 2 of them, he says.
But then you also agree with me that my brother did not even do good to his party. He only said either 2-star or 3-star. He wasn't even specific. What is he actually saying? He needs to be specific. What is it? If you had intelligence, why can't you be specific? Either a 2-star or 3-star following whoever you are saying. Can't that be verified? And so what is it? What is it?
So you think that his allegations are not specific, and for that matter, they are unfounded?
We need not to do this. We need not to do this at this, moment. We need not to do this. Why must you always, just put in there, No. It is not good. The propaganda is too much. 2-star or 3-star. Which is which? What is he talking about? So is it your duty to go and find out either it is 2-star or 3-star?
He says he has reported already to the appropriate.
To who? Reported to who?
He said the IGP.
My man. Let's leave it.
Thank you very much. So let's move closer to the voting center, the polling station, and find out what exactly is happening there by way of turnout. In fact, if those standing out test, then I'm sure people can be rest assured that the turnout will be very high. But of course, chances are not all of them are voters. Some are mere observers. So let's go closer to the presiding officer. Let's go closer to the presiding officer and find out how the figures are looking like. Of course, live on GH1 TV. Presiding officer, Okay, so let's go closer to the presiding officer and find out how the figures are looking like. Are you alive on GH1 TV? Just introduce yourself, please.
Okay, my name is Dennis Kondakwa.
Okay. So what are the figures saying here?
Okay, so far we have 217 have voted so far.
Out of how many on the voters?
484.
Okay, so you've crossed the 50% mark.
Yes.
Is that encouraging per your experience, the turnout?
It's encouraging than the last time.
Okay. Than the general election?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So have you had any issues of, say, the biometric verification devices not functioning properly, there are delays and what have you? Have you recorded anything like that?
Okay, our center for now, there's no issue. Everything is working correctly.
I'm also told that here people vote late. So are you expecting more people to troop in as the clock wears down?
People will be coming because we have noticed that a lot are coming. Yeah, so from this time going on, a lot will come.
Let's talk about security arrangements. Are you comfortable with the security? Because I've seen some military men as well. Were you told that military men were allowed at the polling station?
Yes, we were told we'll be around.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, everything is going on. There's nothing to fear.
But other voters were talking about the heavy security presence intimidating them.
Oh, well, there's no intimidation as of now. I've not seen that they have, there's no encounter. Yeah, so everything is working on.
Thank you very much. So that's the presiding officer. This particular polling station, which is the name?
Palace Square A, New Wenchi.
Okay, Palace Square A, and the B is at the other end, New Wenchi. In fact, more than 50%, over 200 voters on the electoral roll, over 400 voters on the electoral roll, more than 200 of them have actually voted, more than 250 of them have actually voted, which crosses the 50% mark. Let's go to the Palace Square polling station B and find out what the figures are saying there. Of course, this is New Wenchi, and if you look at the trend at the polling stations we visited from the morning, you realize that those figures in the morning were low. Is it that those figures are picking up now? So we go to the precise
expenses and get paid fast, so I can get back to what I love. Get more done in less time with QuickBooks Online.
Polling station is Palace Square, New Wenchi. So this is B. Okay, so introduce yourself.
I'm Akwali Francis.
Okay. What are the figures saying?
So far, out of the 484 voters, we have 213.
Okay.
So far.
Okay, so almost 50% of them have voted. If you compare this to the last election, in fact, at the polling station A, we're told that today's turnout is much more encouraging than even the December 7 election. Have you also observed similar trend?
Yeah, it's true. Okay. Because last year, general election was a little bit lower. But this why you see much improvement in it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you expecting, because at least you are expecting more than even 50% to also show up? Are we told that in this community they adopt the wait and see attitude and later in the evening comes? So are you expecting more?
We are expecting more. At least maybe 70%.
Have you had any challenges with the biometric verification devices?
No, we don't have any challenge at all.
Thank you very much. So that's the presiding officer for this particular polling station, and of course, New Wenchi, to be specific. And so, yes, of course, I've seen a number of national security personnel as well. Initially, we saw men in military uniform, armed, standing here. And when we asked the presiding officer, he mentions that, yes, indeed, the EC had informed them that once in a while, the police men who have been deployed, not just them, the military as well, will make their way.
Move from office to office, ministry to ministry, to get the needed development the people want in his constituency. In his presentation, somebody may not have the needed education, as you may want to put it, but the person may be able to meet his people almost every weekend or any time there's an issue within the constituency, to come and sit in and do well to represent or take that issue to whichever ministry or whichever government agency is supposed to represent. So that representation is there. So when you talk of representation, it's not only about the person standing on the floor of Parliament and speaking. That's just one aspect. But there are so many other aspects, because my people will be more represented
and be more satisfied with me if I'm able to let them have the needed development they need. It's not going to Parliament to speak English. That's one aspect. But if you speak English, and you are not able to give them the needed development, you are not actually representing them.
So I think then
the way they want.
They decide the elections today because the elections today has been one of the grounds for these elections in the run-up campaign. One is elected, one is not elected. One is lawyer, one is not. So
that's exactly what I'm saying. It's not about I'm a lawyer, I'm a doctor, I'm this. You may have all these degrees, but for me that is not the critical point. You may be in Parliament. Some people are lawyers, but probably those people may not be able to articulate even on the floor. Some people may not be lawyers, but when they come and see the articulation, it's good. And some people may be lawyers, but they will not be able to fight for the needed development for the people that send him to Parliament. Some people are not lawyers, but they will be able to move from office to office, ministry to ministry, minister to minister, to seek for the needed development of his people.
But that's what the people are calling for. They said this election is about what the government will do for them, and it appears that will not go in your favor. Is that what it is?
Will not go.
Pay your explanation, the MPP's favor.
What I'm saying is, you see, the dynamics are different. The individual who are contesting are different. So when it comes to politics, everybody would like to play a card that is stronger in his side. So somebody may be playing a card that I'm a lawyer, I'll be able to represent the people. Somebody may be also a businessman. He will say, I'm a businessman, I'll be able to represent my people. These are all talks. But the reality is indeed when the person is given the opportunity, if his people will actually testify that he's representing them.
How have you monitored the process so far?
Come again?
How have you monitored the process so far?
So far, so good. So far, so good. Speaker,
how have you monitored the process so far? You're live on GH1 TV.
So far, so good. In terms of security, I think it's good. In terms of constituents having their desire to vote, I think I've seen people eager to vote. Without intimidation, without harassment, without anybody directing the person how to go and vote. So I think it's one of the best by-elections we've had or have witnessed so far. We are praying that the process will go on till 5 o'clock without any hitch.
Concerns of low voter turnout, have you witnessed that as you go around?
I think I've been asked this question several times, but for now, I will not be able to speak to that point because I wouldn't know the numbers as I'm speaking with you. But the way I've seen people with the eagerness to vote, I must say probably the turnout may be different from the by-election turnout that we've been witnessing.
Okay, so Akwatia is one of the hot constituencies, and we've seen the heavy deployment of security. Just as we speak, you've seen how the police are going by, monitoring or patrolling the areas. Do you think that this is how the security should, do their deployment as and when we have by-elections depending on the constituency?
My brother, I cannot speak to some of these things.
But you are the second deputy speaker of parliament.
In my own assessment, I may say the numbers are too huge. It's an overkill. But they are sitting there with their security intelligence, and that might have informed them to take this decision. So I cannot criticize them that they've brought such a number to Akwatia. But at the end of the day, as I said, if we are able to secure the peaceful election that we are all looking for me, it's good. I said we cannot quantify the cost of peace. And therefore, whichever way the IGP and his team thought that we can secure that peace, please, let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the election. We are hoping that MP will win. Is that it?
Yes. Yes, at least for the sake of our late brother. If not for anything at all, for the sake of our late brother. I'm speaking on this issue because when you look at the numbers we have in Parliament, 87 for we, the NPP, and the 184 also for the NDC. I mean, NPP winning significantly will not change any dynamics in Parliament from our side. NDC winning significantly will not change any dynamics in terms of their numbers. It's almost the same. But by-elections, parties have their own way of also looking into by-elections. It's a way of assessing the strength of the party. It's a way after the general election they use to see how the party is standing, those kind of things. So in terms of party's position, in terms of by-election, it's different. But if we are talking in terms of significance in Parliament, I may not have that position that is coming to change any dynamics.
In terms of significance, would you have wished that NDC would have contested this so similar as in Tamale Central?
Yeah, that was our wish. That was our wish. That the way our brother NS passed on, and the way our brother Mutala also passed on, we felt that we should have allowed the parties to fill these positions.
But they also say
that is my position, that the new constitutional review committee, I am thinking this will come up strongly. That it's look at the cost, look at the police presence here. In terms of cost to the nation, it's huge. Just to fill one vacancy in Parliament, it's huge. So I think the constitutional review should look at it again.
And is there a proposal you made to them, or you are just?
I think that proposal has already been made. We will look at it. If it has not been captured, we have to actually put that in up, so that we end up this unnecessary tension, and that is always mounted out when there's a by-election, and it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary.
I mean, your senior in Parliament, Collins Dowda,
yes,
is saying that once they are in government,
yes,
a minority MP will not bring development to the
that is what he will say. You don't expect Collins to say anything contrary to this. I mean, I don't expect any NDC member will come and say, no, there's no need for this election. Let's give it to NPP, or let the constituents here go and vote for NPP. No NDC member of Parliament will do that. Likewise, I'm sitting here, standing here before you. I would never say that Akwatia constituents should go and vote for NDC. So you don't expect Collins to say that. But I am speaking in terms of significance of dynamics in Parliament. It wouldn't change anything.
But would that be a good practice for our democracy if we say that a minority MP will not get any development for his constituent because of the minority?
Well, that's what I'm saying, sir. It's politics. He has to say something that will significantly convince the electorate going to vote for him will not be able to get any development for your constituency. And therefore, you don't need to waste your time going and vote for that person. You get the point? You don't expect him to say anything other than that.
He mentions that, yes, indeed, the EC had informed them that once in a while, the police...
At Gaddis Reflection Limited, beauty meets confidence. We bring you the very best in cosmetics and skincare, with trusted brands designed for your everyday glow. For hair that shines with strength and beauty, choose Herlax and Silis. And for radiant skin, our complete skincare line, lotions, oils, soaps and shower gels will nourish, protect and brighten. For bulk purchases, contact us today on 0302 237 391. Gaddis Reflection Limited. Your beauty, your glow, your reflection.
your own home, GH1 TV. Just a word.
I don't grant interview.
Oh, because you have been praised for how much work has gone into security. Okay, so Richard Zakwa says he will not grant interview, but of course he's here with his men as well, and then of course they are supporting the police relative to provision of security and securing of the process to ensure that after it's all said and done, Akwatia chooses a replacement for the late NS Yaokumi. Back to you in the studio.
You're welcome back. We're still on the coverage of our election in Akwatia. Ibrahim Alassan and Abdul Hanan Adam on the ground, bringing us up to date with all the developments there. You heard Ibrahim trying to get Richard Zakwa to speak. Well, he didn't get that opportunity. He went into his vehicle. We also did see Abdul Hanan Adam as well engaging the second Deputy Speaker of Parliament on the grounds as well. And he says, and it's something there's a point we've been making here, that it's just about the bragging rights, really, because it does not change the dynamics in Parliament, especially where this individual, when voted, would be going to. But we are in the studio as well with another aspect as we proceed with our coverage of the by-election in Akwatia. We've been joined in the studio by Mohammed Tawfiq Adamu. He is a political communications lecturer with the UPSA. And political communication is critical at this point in time because we are hearing various utterances being made. Some of these skirmishes we saw earlier, I mean, what they are saying to each other, things about a by-election going to be conducted in some areas. We've heard Collins Dawda, equally an elder within the NDC and a member of Parliament himself, talking about him, if he had been in the shoes of President Mahama and elections were done in Akwatia and he did not vote for them, he wouldn't let the votes in that constituency be constructed. Really? Well, it got my eyes popping, but the communications analyst is here. I mean, what kind of impact will such utterances have on an ongoing process? My name is Nadi Diteti. I'm doing this together with Tutua Danso. Tutua, before Tawfiq comes in, some of these utterances that have been making the rounds, I mean, don't they make your eyes roll?
Very disappointing, especially coming from Collins Dawda. Yeah. How do you make such a comment that if you were the president, you won't continue with construction projects in Akwatia if the people vote against the NDC when the process is still ongoing? And we all know how tight these elections are. There's no clear path for either the NPP or the NDC. Yes. How then do you make a comment like that? So just imagine that your opponents pick this message and go tell people that, is this the kind of party you want to vote for in these elections? Because it appears they don't even care about you. They just want your votes. It's something the opposition party can say. And how many hours more to the end of polls? Approximately 2 hours. Yes. And you take such a risk. As for Azoka, permit me to say this. Ever since I got to know of the name Azoka, it has never been anything pleasant. So his utterances didn't come to me as a surprise. But then again, for a party that has gone through so much to rebrand, the very last thing you want to be doing is to cast doubts in the people's minds. Sure. When you come out to say that you are going to ensure that by-elections will be conducted in the constituency of the minority leader, Alexander Penyumakin, how else will the by-election be conducted? Yeah. Are you threatening to harm him, which would take him off his seat for a by-election to be conducted in that constituency? So far, very disappointing, looking at the fact that these are men in grey, elderly men in the party, and you expect better from them, but so far very disappointing. Yeah. And I'm sure we'll get to the impact, because we have the communications experts, as she said, Mohammed Tawfiq. We had him the last time during what election was that? It was one of, I think it was the NPP's Delegates Congress, right? Congress, so I believe he'll help us break it down. But I meant so far disappointing. Yeah. But no surprises, especially coming from Azoka in his voice.
Well, so I mean, Tawfiq, listening to some of these utterances, do they have any impact at all when it comes to political communication, especially at such a crucial time where people are still voting?
Okay, thank you very much, GH1, for...
Nadede and Tutua.
Yeah, Nadede and Tutua.
But GH1 first.
Yeah, GH1. Yeah, for giving me the opportunity to sit on a very big platform like this to share my thoughts, on development that is taking place in the country. First of all, within the remit of political discourse or political communication, during elections, every political party has a strategy into the election. And the workability of that strategy depends on the ability to communicate or to articulate those strategies very well to your constituents for them to vote for you. That is very important. Now, observing from the day that this election was dated, observing the discourse, the rhetoric, the political, gimmicking and the political rhetoric that is going through, summatively, I can say that they revolve around development and also employment.
Right.
Now, when you look at the demographics, in Akwatia West, my good brother Musa Dankwa, in his analysis or in his data, he's made us know that the voting population in Akwatia are largely the youth. And so issues of development are very important. If you are a political party and you want to go into an election in an area where you have teeming youth who are going to form the basis of your electorate, and you know that what they need is employment and development, certainly you would create or you construct your campaign messages around these areas. So I'm not surprised that the NDC is talking about development because their government is in power. It's very important for them to look at, to make those, to make those comments. But what is quite frightening is the way they are framing the entire discourse around development. In every democracy, the development must be proportionate.
Right.
When you are elected into an office, you are not a president or you are not a leader, or you are not a government for some section of Ghanaians against others. And so if you are going to, put across an all-inclusive communication centered on development, you must be very circumspect of the kind of things that you are going to say, because the things that you are going to say, for us as academics, we will certainly analyze it and be able to tell whether it augur well for our democracy, for our national cohesion, for our national unity, national development, etc. And from what we are seeing from the discourse that is coming from the political parties, most especially the NDC, leading figures, leading members of the party, like Almighty, Collins Dauda, saying that if you don't vote for NDC,
if he were the president,
of course. So I'm paraphrasing to say that if you don't vote for the NDC, it means there's not going to be development for Akwatia, and that is so, unfortunate for a party to be making such statement. But the question I always want to ask, if you look at the electoral history of Akwatia entirely, from 1992 up to today, you see that the seat has been alternating between the NDC and the NPP. And you ask yourself, what has been the level of development at Akwatia now, since both parties have had the opportunity of serving their people, both in government and in opposition? What have they been able to do? So clearly you see that the issues, the issues critically is not just about development. The use of development in this kind of political discourse can be said to be, a sort of decoy or a sort of ploy in order to push people to win, to get their vote.
Okay.
But of course, it's all part of the political theater. It's all part of the political discursive theater for politicians to tell electorate what they want to hear or what can get them, the vote. But we must be very careful about some of the things we say,
right.
Because at the end of Akwatia, we have a nation to build. We have a country to develop. So we must be very careful in order to instill hope in Ghanaians, to know that, the NDC, given the opportunity to rule, would be able to deliver, a nationwide development that cut across from Akwatia to Asen Manso, from Asen Manso to, Esikuma, from Esikuma to Wodomiabra. Every corner, every hamlet in this country would have its share of development, whether they voted for NDC or they did not vote for the NDC, because the resources that are being used for this development is not an NDC resources, but they are national resources. Yeah.
Right. Now, talking about development still, a few days ago, I saw footages of road construction ongoing in the constituency.
Yeah.
And if there's anything that 2020...
If there's one president you want whose skin should be in Call of Duty, give it the president.
Vladimir Putin. They invite the fit the Call of Duty, pure wickedness.
About the context in which you created for my response.
Right.
So you see that over the years, the Ghanaian voter has become self-aware, self-educated, and Ghanaian voter is able to tell which one is theatric and which one is genuine.
Right.
And if there is anything the NDC has to learn, they have to learn from the NPP. The NPP just exited power, barely a year, about 8 months ago. And they did similar things, yet they lost the election. In places you never imagine that the NPP will lose the elections. But they did, they lost the election. So I don't think that construction of roads would have any impact whatsoever, on the outcome. I don't think so, because you see, Ghanaian voters have already made up their minds. You understand? You can have more than 70% of the entire voters having political stands already. These number are for NDC, this are for NPP. Whatever you do to them, they will certainly vote for NPP or NDC. Even if you put, a goat under the flag of the NDC or the NPP, they will certainly vote along
based
those.
on political affiliations.
They will do that. So it doesn't really matter. And when you even come to the discourse about development, I find it interesting comparing the candidates.
Okay.
One is an established lawyer, that is for the NDC, and the other one is also an established businessman. Now, if you look at the checks that we have done, you could see that the NPP's candidate is a local business person who has established a lot of businesses in Akwatia. I'm told he's a miner. He has established a lot of businesses in Akwatia. A lot of the young guys, are employed. I listened to one of your interview with Ibrahim, and he interviewed some youth of Akwatia right here in Akwatia, and they were saying that they are miners and they are involved in small scale, that's galamsey kind of thing. So the youth are looking forward for a leader who will be able to give them the jobs that they are doing. I think this is the kind of rhetoric both NDC and NPP should engage in. How them the jobs. One is already on the field in business, creating jobs for people to be doing. And the other one is also a lawyer, hopefully representing his people in court, fighting for their rights, ensuring justice for the people of Akwatia, etc., etc. But if the conversation is about jobs, then I think that the NPP's candidate is in a better position, it's better placed in terms of job creation, for the people of Akwatia than the NDC.
Now, I know you want to come in, but briefly, because you touched on mining and who Asumedu is in terms of a businessman, This government has been up to a lot. We saw yesterday they commissioned the new DVLA office. A few days ago, the lands minister had given the instruction for LI 2462 to be scrapped, which means that people will not be able to mine in forest reserves.
That's good.
Do you think such an indication or such a directive will have a way, to impact this voting pattern in any way? If it sends any signal, especially for the people that are employed through mining?
First of all, I would want to commend the government for taking this bold decision.
Right.
Because our forest reserves must be protected, for posterity to come and do it. Now, let's look at the actual effect of this law on the people. Now, there are quite a lot of youth in these mining areas whose livelihood depends on mining.
Right.
And these are the realities on the ground. You understand? Let's forget that. The law is good, but let's look at the realities, and it is the realities that is going to solve the problems. If we don't deal with the realities and then deal with the bigger problem, we don't deal with the fundamental problem, and then start dealing with the bigger problems, it will be flouted. The laws would be flouted.
Right.
So it is important for government to continue engaging with these areas, with these mining areas, continue engaging with their youth, to give them alternative livelihoods, and to also boost security in these areas, so that as government is providing alternative livelihoods, for example, farming is a very lucrative business today. Agro farming, if it is done well. Government must be able, and most of these areas are actually farming areas.
Akwatia is
They are largely farming areas. But the youth, the farming is so unattractive to the
youth. They make
youth.
a lot more money from the mining.
From the mining. But in actual fact, if we are going to educate them or invest more in agriculture will be more sustainable, a livelihood, than the mining. Because these miners, there are times that everything becomes dry. When you go to these mining areas, there are seasons that everything becomes dry, and they even begin to sell the little property that they have been able to acquire within that period of the mining. So it means that the mining itself is unsustainable. It's an unsustainable livelihood. So if government is going to be able to train them, encourage them to go into agriculture, for example, fertile lands all there. If government is going to encourage them to go into agriculture, that gives them a more sustainable livelihood than the mining. And that is what we are failing as a country to do.
But I'm also looking at the timing of this directive. Was it an appropriate time, looking at the political season in which we are?
Okay, so if you match it with the Akwatia by-election, I can say that the timing is wrong. You understand? Because you are going into an election in an area whose livelihood is on mining.
Right.
And then you pass a law that bans mining in these areas. Okay? Now you give your opponent ammunition to campaign with. They go back to the people and tell you that this government told you that when you come, we will allow you to mine. And now they have come, they are taking away your source of livelihood. You understand? And so people's source of livelihood become threatened, and then they will
certainly
becomes a campaign message, and they will certainly vote against you. And if the NPP has used that in their campaign, I'm sure that we will see the result at the end of the polls.
On the bit about LI 2462 and the timing of it, I'm trying to draw the correlation because, as far as we do know, LI 2462 really does apply to granting licenses to companies that mine in our forests. And what we see with a small scale is that right now we're seeing a lot more illegal people engaging in that. So, I mean, how does the LI 2462 directly impact the activities of these individuals in question who largely do the operations on a small scale?
So it's what I said. As a country, we seem to be so concerned about the macro problems and leave the micro problems. And I think that if we are able to deal or solve the micro problems, we are indirectly solving the macro problems. So if you look at this small-scale miners, most of them are illegally into the forest reserves.
Exactly.
As for the established, mining companies, because there are laws that guides and governs or controls or manage their activities, they are somehow, even if they do it, they are somehow careful because they know that if they do it, their licenses could be withdrawn or there will be sanctions against them. Yes. But for the small-scale miners who nicodemously go into these forests, spend days, months, nobody even knows about them, and most of them are indigenous of the towns. So they even know the places more than you, the national security or whatever people who are coming from Accra to come and fight them. And so I strongly believe that government must continue to engage with the local people, must continue to train them, give them alternative sources of livelihoods. I look at Akwatia. I am a bit related. I have some families in Akwatia, okay, in the Zongo. And I can tell you that since a kid, you understand where we knew Akwatia. Akwatia is still as it is. The roads are not tarred, development very, and this is a very vibrant town where Ghana, we boast of diamonds. Mm-hmm. But what is there? Nothing.
Mm-hmm. Just like many other mining companies.
Just as many other mining companies, even Almighty Obuasi.
Absolutely.
And so as a country, there must be a national discourse, a national conversation on how to develop these countries. But because I can tell you, we are sitting on a time bomb. Absolutely. We are sitting on a time bomb. The youth of this country need jobs. And there's the need for us to sit down and have a conversation on how to have a long-term, plan, livelihood for the youth of this country, so that it reduces crime in itself. We need to educate, put up a lot of education facilities. How many schools do you have in Akwatia? How many schools do you have in Akwatia? How many do you have in Obuasi? They are not there. The roads are not there. How many industries do you have? We need to also industrialize the mining companies. I believe that if we are able to industrialize the mining companies, the indigenes of these towns would have jobs to do. So imagine if we've industrialized Obuasi, where there are a lot of gold, there's a gold refinery, big gold refinery, yes, that refines the gold from Obuasi into many other ornaments. A lot of the people are going to get jobs to do. People wouldn't have to travel from Obuasi to Accra in search of greener pastures. People wouldn't have to come from Akwatia to Accra in search of greener pastures. It reduces unemployment, reduces crime, creates growth, and brings about development, in the country.
And I'll take you back a little bit when we were talking about the factors that are contributing or will contribute to who the people vote for. You had spoken about if the focus is on jobs, yeah, most likely it will tilt in favor of the NPP. Yeah. Did you touch on the subject of development, which has been the argument of the governing party, which says that vote for us and we will ensure development, even though the counter argument is that you are supposed to distribute the wealth evenly. Yeah. It is a national assignment. It's not as though, and that is what consistently our type of democracy is criticized or described as, that we run it like it's a father and a children situation, yeah, where the father gives out the best to his favorites or his immediate children first before he thinks about other people. Yes, you want to quickly?
Okay, so perspectively,
yeah,
there is a symbiotic relationship between jobs and development. Okay? Jobs would certainly lead to development.
Okay, let me just chip in this one. And I'm referencing, for instance, the survey that was the poll by Musa Dankwa,
okay,
where per the last poll, 51% said they were interested in development for Akwatia.
Sure.
14% said education,
sure,
and then 17% said economy. So in this case, it is disaggregated. So perhaps even though economy, education, all will come together to form development as a whole, there's a segregation here, and you have a higher percentage saying that we want development.
It's exactly what I'm saying, that there's that symbiotic relationship between jobs and development. So if people say they want job, if, for example, Musa Dankwa had broken down his development, I'm very sure that there will be elements of jobs in there. You understand?
I think there's a separate percentage for even jobs as well.
Okay, so fine. If you have it, then we can have that conversation. But I know that.
So sorry. So for jobs, it's 8%. It's separate from development.
It's how many
about
percent?
8%.
8.
And for development projects, etc., 52%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So exactly what I'm saying. There's that relationship between job and development. So when people tell you that they need jobs or they need development, what they are saying is that they want to see a betterment of their life. And how do you ensure that your life is better? You can only ensure that your life is better if you are gainfully employed, you can have job, you are able to put food on the table for your family. Your kids are able to go to school. You are able to pay for school fees. I mean, the hospitals are there, for you to attend whenever you are sick. The maternity ward is there so that women no longer die I mean, there are enough beds in the hospital so that women don't go and die whilst at labor and so on and so forth. These are issues about development, but it also comes with the job component, of it.
Okay, so does development isn't it more holistic?
Yeah.
Rather than just jobs? Because you see, if you imagine you have the job and you don't have a good facility to go to when you're unwell, or you have a job but you are not able to access the best of education for you in your community, you have to travel long distances to take your children to school. So perhaps, instead of perhaps jobs alone, more
holistic, because development is more comprehensive, more holistic.
Okay.
And that's why I said there's a close relationship between jobs and development.
Okay.
One does not go without the other. The job will lead to development, and the development can also lead to job creation. So they all move together. And I know that is what the people of Akwatia, not only Akwatia, that's what Ghanaians want. We want the development, we want the job. Because if you put up the best of hospitals and then people cannot pay for those services, I mean, they are good as nothing. Okay? So you must have jobs, people with source of livelihood that will give them the resources to be able to access those facilities or those development that we are talking about. So both of them move, together, and they are very, very important for our national development.
Okay, all right. You're still watching GH1 television and also listening to us on Star 103.5 FM. Our continuous coverage of the by-election in Akwatia. It's some 33 minutes past the hour 3. Essentially some 27 minutes to the top of the hour, 4 p.m. And we've been with you since 7 when polls officially opened, and we've engaged in the mood on the ground and bringing you the developments as they come in. We've engaged various analysts on this election. We've spoken to pollsters, we've spoken to policy analysts, and at the moment we're also speaking to a political communications expert as we continue our conversation. We'll be talking about some of the narrative that we've been hearing in this ongoing by-election in Akwatia, some of the utterances that will make churn. But it looks like the politicians never learn, like they say. They say sometimes that it's the same script, but it's different actors. Because some of the things you'd hear these politicians criticize when they are in opposition are the very things they will hail so wholeheartedly when they are in government. Okay, so Tawfiq, let's talk about the confidence both parties are exhibiting with regard to winning this election. We know that this is a swing constituency, but both sides are very confident to the point where you have the Member of Parliament for, I believe, New Joab in South, if it's correct, that is Michael Otrebefi, putting his Member of Parliamentship or MPship on the line, saying emphatically that should the MPP lose this election, he would resign.
Oh, and you shouldn't be too surprised about such rhetoric. I mean, we even had a whole president who also launched a campaign, and then said that he's put his presidency on the line. At the end of the day, what did we see?
Well,
so politicians, it is also a strategy. It's a political communication strategy
right.
in order to build.
Be this confident?
Confident.